Please rise for Mayor Michael Fougere.
Good evening, everyone. Let's start the meeting with a prayer. We beseech the Lord to bestow wisdom upon members of this council in order that their decisions may be founded in justice and prudence. Amen. Please be seated. Before we begin our formal deliberations, I know members of the gallery and the public will know that flags have been flying at half-mast across Regina, Saskatchewan, and Canada for the last few days on the death of Constable David Wynn. Last week he was gunned down, and we have put our flags down to honor his sacrifice we had, and the widows of those fallen have asked that today be read if you can, and members of council have done so. So I would now ask, before we start, to bow our heads in a moment of silence to thank those who have made sacrifices to make our country so safe. Thank you very much, everyone. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. I would like to move the agenda at the call of the chair.
Have a seconder for that motion, please. Councillor Hinks, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. The minutes from the meeting of January 12th, 2015. Councillor Young moves those.
I would move the minutes.
Thank you. Seconder?
Your Worship, I'll second those minutes as circulated.
Thank you very much. Are there any errors or omissions? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have a number of delegations tonight, but we have one on the Finance Administration Committee report. We have Mr. Reg Hines. If you could please come forward. If you could identify yourself, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from members of council afterwards.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. My name is Reg Hines, and I'm the Manager of Property Administration with Viterra. And I'm responsible for the operations of our office building located at 2625 Victoria Avenue, just a block down the street here. And with me today is Roger Mitchell, Regina architect, who is working with us on this project, and he's my much trusted advisor on this project. First, I want to thank you for the opportunity to make this short presentation to City Council in support of our application for the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program for property tax exemption. The Sherwood Department Store building, which is the east building of the Viterra building right on Albert and Vic, has been home to Saskatchewan Wheat Pool and subsequently Viterra since 1925, when the pool first acquired that building. As the company grew, the tower portion of the building was added in the 1980s. And through all of the changes that the pool and Viterra have gone through since 1925, the building at 2625 Victoria Avenue has remained our home. The building is now North American headquarters for Viterra Inc., wholly owned subsidiary of Glencore, one of the largest commodity trading companies in the world. For the past number of years, we have recognized that the exterior envelope of the Sherwood building was in need of significant repairs and upgrading if it was going to continue to be a suitable home for Viterra well into the future. This work includes conservation of the terracotta components, upgrading the exterior brick face, and replacing all of the windows in the building. In addition, improvements to the insulation values and moisture penetration control are required to prevent further degradation of the building's exterior walls. Now, in the past, when we sought internal capital funds to complete the required work, it was very difficult to justify the expenditures for such extensive and costly work. And like any company, there's always that competition for available capital dollars. However, with the recent changes to the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Property Tax Exemption Program, specifically the removal of the $250,000 limit, that was the catalyst that made undertaking the required renovations economically feasible and justifiable. The projected $2 million in property tax abatements over a 10-year period for an investment of about $4.7 million in the building has resulted in our senior management allocating the required funds to complete the work. Not only will this work result in a much improved working environment for our employees and significantly extend the life of this important heritage building, it will result in a beautifully restored building on one of the most important intersections in the city. And we are truly excited about embarking on this renovation program. Finally, both Roger and I would like to thank both Sue Luchuk and Liberty Breers with the City Planning Department for their assistance as we've gone through the process and developed our application. And certainly their assistance has been greatly appreciated and has helped us along the way as we work through the process. In closing, we look forward to your support of our application, and thank you again for this opportunity to speak to you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'll see if there are questions from members of council. Councilor O'Donnell.
Thanks very much. Good evening, gentlemen. I have two questions for you. The first one is, let's put heritage aside. Can you tell me if the building is worth investing in?
Yes, the building certainly is worth investing in.
So a foundation and so on is good?
Correct.
Thanks very much. My second question is, when this is done, what will I see from the outside and a brief look in the inside?
Well, I'm going to turn that one over to Roger to answer that question.
Thanks.
Thank you. One of the mandates of doing the preservation work is to take the building back to where it was presented when it was initially built. So the window replacement is in the style of the day. The composition of dark window frames with the Tyndall stone and the terracotta will go back to that same contrast. It's a very earnest attempt to get back to that visual presentation that it was initially built.
And the inside?
The inside is taken on a more modern flavor in keeping with the landscape nature of interior offices. The interesting thing there, the original building was a department store. And you had large open spaces. They remain. It isn't getting all partitioned up.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councilor O'Donnell. Councilor Young.
Thank you for your presentation. I have one question. The tax exemption will only be on the heritage part of the property and not on the newer building that was built not long ago?
We've been really earnest with that because the scope of work is tailored to the spirit of the program, and it is for the heritage components and the backup for that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery and we'll now do the report. Councilor Murray.
Thanks very much, Your Worship. And I do rise to bring forward CR 15-7. This is in regards to the Heritage Building Rehabilitation Program and the application for the tax exemption. Sherwood Department Store, obviously, as we talked about, the Viterra office complex. There are 4 parts to the recommendation. The first part being, as we heard, the tax exemption for the property known as the Sherwood Department Store, located on the portion of the property known as Lot 28, Block 372, plan as in the report, addressed as 2625 Victoria Avenue, which is 2006 Albert Street, be approved to the amount equal to the lesser of 50% of the eligible cost of the work described in Appendix C, or an amount equal to the property taxes payable for 10 years. There's a Part 2, Your Worship, that the provision for the property tax exemption be subject to the following conditions. Eligibility for the property tax exemption. The property owner must submit detailed written documentation of payments made, and for the exemption of the 2015 work that is completed and submitted to the Development Services Department by February 27th. Your Worship, I'm surmising some of this so we can keep the agenda moving along quickly, but it's all in the report.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Seconder for the report, please.
Sorry, I just surmised that part. There's still 2 more parts to it. Part 3, that the city solicitor be instructed to prepare the necessary agreements and authorizing bylaws, and that the Part 4, the executive director of planning and development or as designated be authorized to approve the heritage application permit. Thanks, Your Worship. Those would be the 4 parts.
Sure. Seconder for it?
I'll second that, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Are there any comments or questions on this?
Just briefly, Your Worship, I think it's a great building. It's in really the heart of our city and a fantastic location, and it's really a crossroads of 2 really important elements of our community. To see it brought back to its former glory will be excellent, and I look forward to it, and I encourage my colleagues to support. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Other comments on this? Definitely support the gateway to our city being refurbished and to a historical level. That's very good. If there's no comments, I will call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We have a report from Planning Commission, a zoning bylaw amendment, and lane closure. Councilor Donald.
Thanks very much. CR 15-8, application for zoning bylaw amendment and lane closure, portion of lane behind Langley Street, Hillsdale subdivision. If I could get a seconder, I'm going to make an amendment. I think it's
Councilor
friendly.
Young.
Thank you for that. So actually, I want to correct the date. It basically talks about August the 13th, and I'm going to highlight what it should state. Instead, the land description should read, all that portion of lane shaded shown in plan, a proposed subdivision signed by S.L. Colvin, Saskatchewan land surveyor, and dated August 22nd, 2014. I believe this has been already corrected in the bylaw so that there wouldn't be an issue, but on the report, if I could have, I think I'll call that a friendly amendment.
An amendment. A seconder to the amendment, please.
Okay.
Councilor Young? Councilor Hinks. Councilor Hinks moves, he seconds that.
Perfect.
Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
Okay, so we have had a number of lane closures before. We looked at this, saw that there was no issue. In fact, there was very little discussion. Seek concurrence, please.
Okay. Comments on the report as amended? Very straightforward. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 3 bylaws. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I move seconded by Councillor Hawkins, the bylaw number 215-8 and 215-9 be introduced and read the first time.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Your Worship. Council will now consider bylaws 215-8 and 215-9 respecting a lane right-of-way and the related closures as per the Cities Act and the Planning and Development Act. If there's anyone in the gallery who wishes to speak to Council on the proposed bylaws, please indicate now. If there is no one, Your Worship.
Thank you. I'll call the vote on first reading. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Fundura.
I move seconded by Councillor Hinks that bylaw number 2015-8 and 2015-9 be read the second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Young that this Council hereby consents to bylaw number 2015-8, 2015-9 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move seconded by Councillor Burnett that bylaw number 2015-8 and 9 be read the third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Fundura.
Thank you, Worship. I move seconded by Councillor Bryce that bylaw number 2015-10 be introduced and read the first time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move seconded by Councillor Murray that bylaw number 2015-10 be read a second time.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move seconded by Councillor O'Donnell that Council hereby consent to bylaw number 2015-10 going to the third reading at this meeting.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried unanimously.
I move seconded by Councillor Fraser that bylaw number 2015-10 be read a third time.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We'll now move to delegations and related reports. Our first delegation is Sandy Doran. If you could introduce yourself, tell us who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Good evening, His Worship, members of City Council. My name is Sandy Dorn, Executive Director with the Warehouse Business Improvement District. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today as members of the Rail Yard Renewal Project Steering Committee and on behalf of the Board of Directors of the Warehouse Business Improvement District and the Regina Downtown Business Improvement District on the Rail Yard Renewal Project Land Disposition and Development Strategy. Both Regina Downtown Business Improvement District and the Warehouse District have been involved in the Rail Yard Renewal Project since it began in 2013. As members of the Rail Yard Renewal Project Steering Committee, we've had an ongoing dialogue with City Administration regarding various options for land disposition and development of the rail yard lands. As such, I'm here to provide our support for approach number 4 as outlined in the report before you. The rail yard land presents a prime opportunity to connect the Warehouse District to downtown and provide additional development and growth opportunities to the central city. The momentum that both our districts is experiencing is unprecedented, and it is our hope that the momentum can be sustained. The future of the rail yard and The future of the rail yard will have a direct impact on the future of downtown and the warehouse district. The process described in Approach 4 ensures city's continued oversight and involvement in the planning, design, and future development of the site. The process provides a high level of certainty and predictability to the private sector when undertaking development, which results in an increased ability to attract private sector investment. Additionally, Approach 4 includes opportunity for public consultation, which we feel is necessary in developing the most important piece of our central city. This is an unparalleled opportunity for City of Regina and must be treated as such. Regina Downtown and Regina's Warehouse Business Improvement Districts want to be involved in an ongoing, meaningful way for the full duration of the rail yard renewal project and seek Council's ultimate endorsement of land disposition and development strategy, Approach number 4, public investment development, as the optimal way to proceed. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? I think you were perfectly clear in your presentation.
Perfect.
Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we will now move to the report itself. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. I rise to bring CR 15-9, Regina Revitalization Initiative, the RRI, Rail Yard Renewal Project, RRP, Land Disposition and Development Strategy. Recommendation from an Executive Committee, January 14, 2015. 1, that the administration develop a land development and disposition plan for the rail yard renewal project consistent with Approach number 4, public investment development as described in this report. Number 2, that the Deputy City Manager and Chief Operating Officer or designate be authorized to negotiate and approve the terms of agreements relating to contract planning service, urban design services, and business consulting services I may be required to proceed with Approach number 4, public investment development, the agreement. Number 3, the future report seeking approval of the final urban planning, land use, and financial plans be brought to council for its approval. Number 4, that the city clerk be authorized to execute the agreement after reviewing and approving by city solicitor. Executive Committee looking for concurrence.
Seconder, please.
I'll second it, Your Worship.
Councillor Murray, thank you very much. Are there any discussions on this? Any comments, questions? Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just wondering if someone from administration could comment on option 5, city-led development. I had asked for a couple numbers when this came before Exec Council, namely what would be involved in the city's borrowing rate, what money would the city have to borrow to pursue this option, and what the potential would be for return.
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, as mentioned, we haven't done a detailed review of the option, but just to give a sense of the order of magnitude, if the city was to fully undertake this project on its own, we'd be in the range of $500 million in total investment. So that's certainly a significant increase over what's presented in the report. That would likely require a significant amount of borrowing for us, as we don't have existing reserves or cash on hand to support that, and those amounts would be in excess of our debt limit. So would either require us to seek an increase to the debt limit or not proceed on that basis.
Supposing we were to borrow that money, of course, no one knows for sure, but what would be the expected return on that? Thanks.
Schoberg.
Your Worship, that's really hard to identify at this point in time. Obviously, the cost of the project, but more importantly, the return is really dependent on the type of development that happens on the site. So as an example, if there's a significant amount of institutional uses on the site, that's not going to generate much return. If there's a large amount of commercial on the site, it might generate more. So we know certainly that taking on the project in its entirety will likely have the potential to generate a higher return, but it's hard to identify the exact number at this point without doing a detailed review.
Okay, it's also certainly new territory for Regina if we were to do something like that. Are there other cities in Canada that would have the capacity to take on a project like this internally? Thanks.
Mr. Schoberg.
Your Worship, the other cities and public sector institutions that have looked at this typically would do it under the prospect of some form of a land development corporation or have some experience in this. So certainly there are other cities and other public entities that would consider and have in the past done work like this. As an example, folks working on this file on behalf of the city previously worked with the City of Toronto through some of their agencies to look at developments in that neighborhood. Certainly there are a range of examples across the country.
Okay, thanks for that. So just a final comment. The one thing that comes to mind is how we refer to risk in these reports. I think in all of these options, when there's a chance that the city might be able to make money, like return money to the taxpayers through doing some of this, we call it risk. And oftentimes when there's fixed income infrastructure costs that there's no chance of making money back on, but we know from the get-go they're going to cost us a lot of money, we just call that infrastructure investment. So my preference, I don't think it's feasible right now for us to do option 5 where we're at. I would hope that for future projects of this nature that someday Regina might have the capacity to actually use something like this, not just as an expenditure, but as a revenue source up front. So thanks for that.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Other comments on the report? Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks. I realize that all of us are waiting probably for a different topic, but I want to take a moment to talk about this one to make sure that we all understand the opportunity that's before us. We have as a community the opportunity to, in fact, look at the inside of our city and make it different. There's a large tract of land in the heart of where people live and work and will live and work. And the idea to unite both our downtown and our warehouse district has been much debated and much talked about here. And this council is extremely committed to that prospect. So really what I want to do is extend an invitation for people to, 1, watch this project, 2, get engaged in this project, and 3, to dream a little bit about what's possible here. We, in fact, own the land. And that's not often the place for us, but we own the land, and so therefore we can direct. There's going to be, maybe you haven't read the report, but I have, and we've talked about this. There's going to be public engagement on this notion. There's going to be an invitation for you to come forward and talk about what could be. So if you want to talk about long range, then think about this one. You'll notice we started the meeting off with a couple of nice gentlemen talking about a heritage building that dates back an awful long ways. Well, they still want to restore that. But what we have in this process here is the ability to put something there, many things there, that people, when I'm long gone, can talk about how they'll restore and look after. Please get engaged.
Any other comments or questions on this? Councillor Verdure, can you take the chair?
Go, Your Worship.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I will add my voice of concurrence on this report and talk a bit about how we got to where we are today. And members will recall some 4 to 5 years ago we spoke about the Regina Revitalization Initiative and what that meant. The first step, of course, is the stadium, which we are now well on our way to seeing that spring out of the ground. Every day it seems to be moving forward more and more. The second part, of course, is the land we're speaking of today, the 17.5 acres right in the heart of our city. So this is a vision that this last council and this council has espoused to talk about a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to develop downtown with a brand new slate. And that is absolutely incredible. We want public engagement for this one. It's very important to do that. Councillor Fraser raised some very, very good points about the issue of risk and how we handle risk and the cost of public and private investment, if you will. These are my terms, not yours. From my perspective, the risk is tremendous. If it's $500 million expected generally investment for that area, that is simply beyond the capacity of any council, certainly this council, to do that. What's key about recommendation number 4, which I think is important, is that we will show and invest in the beginning of the development of this one where the private sector will not be there. Infrastructure, like the walkway over Saskatchewan Drive over to the rail yards. That's investment that is necessary, nor should it be seen to be a private sector investment, but also kickstarts the investment interest in the private sector. Much the same as the plaza, the big wow, was seen as the way for an impetus to begin to look at downtown for redevelopment as well. So this follows on a strong tradition of focusing both private and public sector investment in a brand new area of the city. It's very exciting to see this in the next year and a half. We will begin to see some significant progress on this. The public has and is expected to have their view on what this will look like for downtown. This council will not dictate anything. It's public consultation, and it's a wonderful time for our city to look at how we want to shape our downtown core. No other city in Canada that I know of has this opportunity, so it's very, very exciting. And I urge members of council to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship.
Other comments or questions? Call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. So we're going to move on to our next series of delegations and a couple of just general comments, housekeeping issues before we begin. We have about 20 delegations, and I would ask that you, when you proceed to the microphone, there is a button you press, clearly marked on and off, that will give you a microphone to work with. Also, we want to keep in mind that what's before us today is a land use issue on one land on Park Street. And while it may be a temptation to speak of other issues related to massage parlors, the rules of how we govern ourselves today is that there's going to be another time to discuss that. We will be getting a report by the administration later this year on that issue. And so we will, as all possible, steer clear of that discussion for another day at this council, and there'll be public discussion and comment on that as well. But right now we're looking at a land use issue with respect to strip clubs. So that's what we'll be looking at tonight. So I'm going to begin asking delegations to come forward in the order that we received them. The first delegation is Mary Sylvia Nelson. If you please come forward, just to repeat, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions from a member of council afterwards.
Honorable Mayor, ladies and gentlemen, a few years ago I learned the phrase net benefit to Saskatchewan regarding our resources. It was dealing with potash. Well, my question is, what is the net benefit of a strip club to Regina? And our resource, the people of Saskatchewan, the people of Regina. The men that would go there, the women that would work there, and our generations to come. Consider down the road your granddaughter, your niece, your nephew, your cousin, your friend, working in a strip club. The man who would go to the strip club, what happens to his home life, relationship with his family? What is in his thought life that day, the next day, and the next? Let us focus on the thoughts, as thoughts are very powerful. Ancient manuscripts reveal and document the life of a man who thought he was the best in his nation, with the best education. He even killed people because of his beliefs, even though they were wrong. Eventually, he was literally knocked off his high horse. He groped in darkness for a few days till he saw the light. In his later years, he wrote that man should think on what is just, true, honest, pure, lovely, of good report, of virtue, of praise. Going to a strip club, what would this man think about? On the other hand, furthermore, the women, degrading, debasing, dehumanizing, dishonoring. That should be enough. Keeping this in mind, therefore, think on the net benefit of a strip club. Let's go on from another perspective. The Fathers of Confederation gave Jesus Christ access to the affairs of Canada when they chose to declare that he will have dominion from sea to sea, Psalm 72:8. And as the gospel of the kingdom was and is preached, the individual is converted and society is changed. Standards of hygiene and purity have been promoted. Industry is promoted. Antisocial customs are restrained. Human sacrifices are abolished. Famine relief is organized. As a matter of fact, the entire social structure of society has been changed. And the gospel has elevated womanhood back to working in a strip club, demeaning, dishonoring, debasing, devaluing, degrading. There has been, for some time, concern about greenhouse gases polluting the environment. So why would you, allow evil to pollute the atmosphere? Why would you make a contract with the devil, giving him legal jurisdiction over the environment? Why would you give him authority to rule over our environment? The bottom line is net benefit to Regina. Micah 6:8 tells us to walk humbly, do justly, and love mercy. Walk humbly, don't take yourself too seriously, but take God very seriously. Do justly, do what is right. Love mercy, have compassion on the vulnerable. How much sin and gross darkness do you think God will tolerate before he lifts his hand of protection over Canada? We really need his protection in many areas. Consider security, economy, the dollar that's declining, and many other issues. Again, net benefit to Regina. God bless Regina, the City of Lights.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? There are none. Thank you very much for your presentation. Move on to our next presenter, Crystal Giesbrecht. If you two could identify yourself, who you represent, and there will be questions perhaps from council afterwards.
Okay, I think it's on. Good evening. My name is Crystal Giesbrecht. I am the Director of Member Programs and Services at the Provincial Association of Transition Houses and Services of Saskatchewan. Regarding this land use issue for a proposed strip club in Regina, I submitted a letter that was signed via email by myself and 64 others, and I would like to read the content of that letter to you tonight. We are writing to express our concern over the application before Council to develop an adult entertainment venue at 1047 Park Street in Ward 6 in hopes that you will vote against approving this application. While the proposed club may not violate any bylaws, we're concerned about the harmful effects that a strip club in Regina would have, not only on girls and women, but on boys and men as well. While the business of strip clubs is nothing new and expanding throughout North America, there is much evidence to show that the effects of strip clubs have not been positive. Right now, Council has the opportunity to decide if this is something that should be allowed to take place in Regina. Violence against women is a problem in Saskatchewan, where we currently have the highest rates of sexual assault amongst the provinces, as well as the highest rate of intimate partner violence. Hundreds of women have been murdered or gone missing in Saskatchewan in recent decades. Several studies detail the danger for women who work in strip clubs. Holsopple conducted research with 18 strippers in Minnesota and found that 100% of the women were physically abused in the clubs. 44% of the women reported that the men threatened to hurt them, with a range of 3 to 150 threats. Another study of 30 women and 8 club employees in 10 clubs in Ontario backs this up, citing a number of health and safety concerns experienced by those employed in strip clubs. Raphael and Shapiro conducted an interview with 222 women involved in the sex trade and reported that exotic dancers reported a high prevalence of being threatened with a weapon and threatened with rape. They say that this data also challenges the view of strip clubs as harmless entertainment. Security in the clubs, unfortunately, does not always keep women safe, as almost all women in Holsopple's 1998 study had been stalked, from 1 to 7 times each, by someone associated with the club. As well as the danger women who work in strip clubs experience, there's harmful effects to other members of the community as well. A strip club in Regina sends the message that women are available for purchase for men's sexual entertainment. This sends dangerous messages to young men about healthy relationships and respect for women and girls. The issue of recruiting women to work in strip clubs is an important issue to be considered. Until 2012, Canada provided temporary foreign worker permits to exotic dancers because, as one lawyer declared, Canadian women won't take the jobs. While this policy was changed in 2012, newcomer women who are already in Canada who are recruited for this work could be especially vulnerable, as could racialized women or women who are otherwise marginalized. Strip clubs are often viewed as a place for business transactions, with men attending with colleagues and clients. Not only does this practice exclude women from valuable knowledge transmission pertinent to their work, but strip clubs offer men the opportunity to debase women, not just to bond and do business in their absence. These new gentlemen's clubs require women to be present, but only when they're naked and available to be bought. In summary, while many will argue that strip clubs simply provide an acceptable form of entertainment for consenting adults, we would argue that a form of entertainment that says women are commodities to be purchased is not an entertainment option that Regina needs. The commodification and sexual exploitation of women does nothing to increase the equality and safety of women and girls, and does nothing to provide positive, healthy examples for young men. Sincere thanks for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from members of council? Councillor Murray?
Your Worship, just really quickly, thank you very much, Ms. Giesbrecht. In the email that you submitted to us, or the document submitted to us, there were 65 names on the bottom of the list when you supplied that late last week. Did more come onto your email list over the weekend?
A few more came on, and I submitted it again, so 65 is the final total.
That's the final number.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Thanks, Your
Thank you,
Worship.
Councillor Murray. Councillor O'Donnell?
Thanks very much. Welcome. I want to ask you a question about when the provincial legislation came into effect, which was in 2014. So prior to that, there would have been some public debate on terms of the province. Did you, your organization, that you're not only representing but the others, make presentations to the provincial government at that time?
No, I personally didn't, and our organization didn't. But we felt at this time it was really important to get involved in this issue.
Could you tell me why it wasn't important then when the legislation was changing?
Actually, I can't tell you that. I think it was important then, but unfortunately, I guess I have to take personal responsibility for not speaking up and not saying something. And at this time, when I started thinking about it, I just felt that, respecting that it's a land issue, there are far greater implications here for safety of women and girls, and I felt that it was the right time to get involved, so perhaps I regret maybe not speaking up and getting involved a little sooner.
No problem. I have a second question for you. I'm going to tell you that I asked questions in addition to receiving many emails, so I'm going to give you one of the responses that I heard a few times, and I'm going to ask you to respond to me about that. Go ahead and have it. It doesn't mean that you have to go. So, how do you feel about that statement?
I personally don't agree with that statement. I think that having a strip club present in Regina, it affects everyone in the community, not just those that will choose to frequent the establishment. Having a strip club, a place where women, or men for that matter, but individuals can be bought and sold, sexually exploited for others' entertainment, it sends a really dangerous message. It does send a message that women are available to be degraded, to be bought for sexual entertainment. And we know there's a lot of valid, peer-reviewed research that really highlights the dangers and the harms associated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Young?
Thank you for your presentation, and I think you already answered the question, but I just wanted to make sure that all of the issues that you raised for women also refer to young men who are also part of the adult entertainment industry.
Absolutely.
And I think you answered that. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much for bringing that up. I think it's really important. In our organization and in my line of work, we work with female survivors of violence, but that doesn't mean that these implications are not the same for anyone involved in this harmful trade.
Thank you, Councillor Young, for that. No other questions of the delegation? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery as well, and we'll continue on with our list. Next is Pastor Rick Parkin. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Your Worship, Mayor Fougere, and members of Regina City Council. My name is Pastor Rick Parkin, and I'm the lead pastor of Regina Apostolic Church. We've served the Regina area for 90 years, and I must say, on the weekend I receive a lot more time to speak in people's sleep than I have tonight. So thank you for the privilege of making a presentation to you who sit on the City Council for Regina. We do believe in development. We're just in the midst of preparing this spring to add to our building, $7.5 million development. Regina is a great place to develop. And because we have so many children and so many youth, we just really want to see great development. It is my opinion that an adult entertainment establishment, namely a strip club, will do nothing to enhance the reputation and the culture of our fine city. In fact, there is a danger of increased criminal activity with the influence of organized crime and gang-related instances escalating in and around the surrounding area of this proposed establishment. According to a report from Global News, the crime rate and the severity of crimes in Regina and Saskatchewan dropped slightly last year, which is great to hear. But Regina still can't drop the title of the murder capital of Canada, according to New Statistics Canada numbers. Regina's 3.8 homicides per 100,000 people was the worst in the country, with Winnipeg second. I fail to see this kind of business will help us to shed the dubious title of being number one in murders in Canada. I feel we should leave the title of first to the Rough Riders, personally. I believe that this kind of supposed adult entertainment will open a Pandora's box of undesirable activities. We don't have a need of that. My first concern is for employees of such a place of business. I believe it's degrading for women to be seen as sex objects rather than the wonderful, talented persons that they are. As a father of 3 daughters, I would be heartbroken to see one of my daughters in an establishment here in Regina being dealt with that way. To be used and abused. As a father, that would break my heart. And I'd like to say to the council, each of you, I'm sure, are parents, moms, dads, you have kids. It'd just be so sad to find yourself with a family member in this. I realize this is about land use, and you could check it off as a council and just say, we followed the book. But I'd like you to, just as humans, we all struggle with our kids, and we've had issues with our kids. And I would like to implore you to consider beyond the statutes and the laws what this would do to our families. Secondly, the issue of human trafficking is so prevalent today across the world. And this kind of establishment does nothing to inhibit this kind of activity. In studies regarding human trafficking in Saskatchewan, it has been found that there hasn't been a great deal of human trafficking needed from foreign countries. I don't know if you realize that, but in Saskatchewan, we don't need to bring in from foreign countries because, page number 2, there's been a ready supply of young women from our First Nations population that are being forced into prostitution and drugs by organized crime gangs.
Mr. Parker, you have 1 minute to go.
Okay, thank you. I foresee an increase in disputes over control of these activities that will swirl around a strip club in our city. Therefore, thirdly, this application is said to meet all the requirements apparently, but let me say, if there was a sign that met all the requirements, but the content of the sign, I would hope you would turn it down because it doesn't fit the moral status of our city. I would ask each member of the revered City Council to turn down this application. In doing so, you would take a courageous step towards protecting our daughters from being dehumanized as sex objects. You would also collectively say no to human trafficking of any kind, whether domestic or foreign. Thank you for your patience in hearing this presentation and others that are opposed to having a strip club in our city of Regina.
Thank you, Pastor Parker, for your comments. Right on time. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor O'Donnell.
Hi, good evening. Thanks for your thoughts. I'm going to ask you the same question, and I have a different one for you as well, but same question I asked the nice lady before you. When the province put this legislation before us, did people that you know step up and say, here's how we feel at that time?
Unfortunately, at the time, however it was done, we were not aware of it. But let me tell you that we are going to continue to lobby for the province to change the law where I believe they made a mistake. Now, I'm speaking respectfully to our Premier, but I believe something was done wrong there, and I realize that you're not accountable for that. But we were not aware. I don't even know exactly when that was changed.
Sure. Thanks very much. And my second question is, you made reference to the law, so I'm going to ask you a question about the law. I'm not a lawyer, please. So, when we sit here oft, we have to follow the law. That is our mandate. And it would be hard for me to go back to you and say that I did not follow the law. But in this case, it is a discretionary application. So, if this council was to say no, would it then be your view that if someone challenged that decision, that we should fight it? And if we did, on what grounds?
Yes, I would encourage you to fight it, again, on a moral standard. I'm not here to preach. I tried to show that in my presentation. Yep. But there is a moral fiber in Saskatchewan that is different than other provinces I've lived in. And I think there's something to preserve in Saskatchewan and Regina in particular.
Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councillor Donald. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. Our next delegation is Emmanuel Sanchez. You could as well identify yourself. We represent you. Have 5 minutes for your presentation, and councillors may have questions after.
Good evening. My name is Emmanuel Sanchez. Tonight, I will be representing my student body, Harvest City Christian Academy, 1,245 residents who have signed my petition, and the younger generation of our city. We understand that the proposed adult establishment meets the bylaw regulations. However, we would like to set your eyes on the greater picture. Every young adult and teenager that you see in this room is the future of Regina. We are the next generation that will take leadership for this city and province. Today, you must stop and ask yourselves, how does an adult entertainment establishment benefit the citizens of our city? How will this establishment affect the next generation in a positive way? Truthfully, there is no gain, only loss. In fact, a study conducted by the RCMP Border Integrity and Criminal Intelligence Unit states the following. Street prostitution is the most overt form of prostitution. However, pressure from law enforcement efforts in some regions have driven organized prostitution to less obvious establishments, such as exotic dance clubs. Although Regina's current crime rate is the lowest it has been since 1991, we can't shake off the title of being the crime capital. We fear that the approval of this project will attract human trafficking, drug trafficking, violence, and other unwanted elements, strengthening the title we are trying to lose. A man may have many different reasons for entering a so-called gentleman club. Regardless of their motives, the minute they go through the entrance, values and self-respect plummets. Everything they had been taught about being a gentleman no longer exists. With alcohol being served in these facilities, it numbs the customer's senses and causes them to become desensitized to the environment around them. This further creates a cycle of acceptance for the sexual objectification. Over the past 3 years, I have had the honor to work with a love bus as we minister to those who are involved in the sex trade. It is a heart-wrenching environment. These women are all looking for a way out, but cannot find it. It is terrible that prostitution still lingers in our city. Every day, there are young ladies who are being demoralized. Some people would say it's a woman's personal choice of lifestyle. However, I strongly object to that claim. Every woman I have spoken to on the bus admits to being forced into a lifestyle of prostitution. Why are we not doing anything to help these women out? Why are we not helping them find healthy jobs that will support them and their children? Is it not our responsibility to help those in need? Remember the golden rule our parents and teachers taught us as a child. Do to others what you would have them do to you. Now is our time to help these people out. It's time to practice this golden rule, and it starts by saying no to a facility that demoralizes the community. Please, hear the cry of my generation when we say that you're losing us. Yes, we have a reputation of getting involved in wrong things. We do things that we will later regret, and often these choices are mistakes that will haunt us for the rest of our lives. But we need you. We need our parents, teachers, mentors, government leaders. We need to be taught true morals and values. We need to be shown that women and men are not objects of sex. You must help us transition into a healthy adulthood that does not allow the the objectification of its residents. We dream of a city that lives up to its name. We dream of a Queen City where its residents are truly treated as royalty. What is it that we as a city want to be known for? Do we want to be recognized as a family-friendly city that values its people? Or do we want to be known for a community that demoralizes its people? Whatever decision you make today, please know that it will affect the city forever. By approving this project, not only are you making a strong statement to the city, but also to your families. If you knew that one of your daughters would be working in an adult establishment, would you still endorse this? What kind of message would this be sending to your sons? I trust that you will make an appropriate decision that will benefit us all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. There may be questions from members of council. Looks like you made yourself perfectly clear. Thank you very much.
What do I do with my petition?
Oh, you can hand it to the clerk, actually.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. How many signatures on the petition? How many signatures on the petition do you know?
1,245.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. The next delegation is Linda Smith. If you could state your name, who you represent, you have 5 minutes as well for your presentation.
Thank you, Your Honor. My name is Linda Smith, and I'm a resident of the city. And I thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'm representing my husband, Ed Smith, and myself as I talk to you about the things that I have experienced, or we have experienced. We are opposed to this application. These venues are degrading to women and contribute to the acts of violence against women and children. Many male clients are incited to commit crimes of sexual assault and or sexual exploitation against their wives and partners, their children, and other vulnerable members of our society. We believe this because of the experiences we've had. In 1990, our daughter, Sherry Lynn Smith, died. She was murdered. She was 18 years old and 6 months pregnant. We loved her very much, and we miss her every day. During the summer of her grade 11, Sherry attended the Regina exhibition with some friends, and there she met an 18-year-old boy. And after knowing him only a matter of a few days, she told us that she was in love with him, that she was going to leave home to be with him. She had no idea what he had planned for her. Days later, she found herself in downtown Edmonton, selling her body to men who used her and abused her. For the next 10 months, her lover boy, who was her pimp, trafficked her across Western Canada. We were in frequent communication with her on the phone, and we realized that she was completely controlled by him. She couldn't leave him even when she wanted to. Sherry became pregnant while turning tricks, and once her pregnancy began to show, her value to her pimp actually increased. How sick is that, that men will pay more to have a pregnant girl? While working in Victoria, BC, Sherry went missing. We went out looking for her, but no one seemed to know where she was. And 3 months later, her broken body was found. She had been beaten to death, and her unborn child, of course, died with her. No one has ever been charged for this murder. We have told this story, our story, over 1,000 times over the last 24 years, and we have met many prostitutes or working girls. Sometimes we are able to befriend those girls and women who were suffering through the sexual exploitation. None of them, without exception, liked what they were doing and was forced to do, whether they worked on the streets, in escort agencies, or in strip clubs. I link these places together because some women and girls have actually crossed over from one to the other and have worked as sex objects in all of them. Because of our experience, we were privileged to speak to both the House of Commons Standing Committee and the Senate Committee this past summer as they were drafting Bill C-36 and of course it's now been passed into law. This bill amends the criminal code around sexual exploitation and prostitution. And you know that it penalizes the purchaser of sexual services while seeing the exploited women and girls as victims. In the preamble of Bill C-36, it states, Parliament of Canada recognizes the social harm caused by the objectification of the human body and the commodification of sexual activity. And further, in paragraph 10, it states, it is important to protect human dignity and the equality of all Canadians by discouraging prostitution, which has a disproportionate impact on women and children. Over the last while, we have heard many female voices speaking out with great courage about how they have been sexually assaulted. These women are shining the spotlight on men who participate in or accept this sexual, sexist behavior of rape.
Ms. Smith, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. It is in your power, councillors, to disallow this entertainment application and to set the precedent for opposing any others in the future. Get in step with us, the rest of us who want to see an end to the contempt for women, the degrading of women. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Smith, very much for your presentation and sharing your story with us. Thank you very much. Are there questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Thank you for coming forward. Mrs. Smith, it takes remarkable courage for you to come and tell your story, and I'm sure it'll help us all in our deliberations. I have one question. Can you say a little bit more about how you feel that strip clubs in Regina and the granting of the application for this particular strip club would promote prostitution and the degradation of women?
Thank you for your question. Yes, because we have spoken to a number, I personally have spoken to and interacted with a number of prostitutes over the last 24 years. I have heard the stories of girls who have started in strip clubs and then been turned out onto the streets, or have worked on the streets and then have gone into escort agencies. So there is a crossover from strip clubs to escort agencies to street prostitution.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor O'Donnell.
Good evening, and thanks for sharing your thoughts. I followed your story over the last number of years, and I think you've had a chance to have an audience with politicians at a number of levels. So I have a very straightforward question. So why is a strip club legal now with alcohol when it wasn't before?
And it's a great discouragement to us to see that the provincial government has allowed alcohol to be sold in these kinds of places. And I'm sure that the strip clubs who have tried to start up in Regina in the past and have not made a go of it is probably because they weren't allowed to sell alcohol. And now, of course, they are. And that's a great, as I said, a great discouragement to us. And I'm sorry about that. As someone else has said, we didn't know that the provincial government was voting on this. Otherwise, our voices would have been heard regarding that, too. So that's how we feel.
Thanks very much. And I'm going to ask for some clarity because you just brought something up. I believe this is not the first time Regina has been asked to have a strip club. So there was one before. You can confirm that?
Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor O'Donnell. Councillor Bryce?
Thank you. Sorry about your loss of your daughter and grandchild. I just have one question. So do you plan on approaching the provincial government and trying to change the law that's there now?
That would be a real good idea. We'll certainly be considering that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Thank you again for sharing your story. You can return to the gallery now. Thank you very much. The next delegation is Kelly Thompson. Ms. Thompson, if you could identify yourself, who you represent. You in turn have 5 minutes for your presentation. And there may be questions from members of council after.
To the Mayor, Honourable City Councillors of Regina, my name is Kelly Thompson, and I will be speaking on behalf of myself, my family, and my Church of Morning Star Ministries. We thank you for all the hard work you do providing for the needs of the city. I would like to state that we are opposed to the proposal of a strip club opening here in Regina, as it opens several doors that lead to negative impacts on not only the women and children involved, but the men who participate in this act as well, who are not only in Regina or Saskatchewan, but across Canada as a whole. This is creating a situation in our society where we are saying it is okay to exploit, degrade, and belittle women and children and men, that it is okay to promote a sexist attitude in men and women alike. Historically, strip clubs are associated with drugs, organized crime, sex crimes, violence against women, children, and men, and human trafficking. Although I acknowledge the men who fall victim to the situation, I must say that the Aboriginal women and girls are specifically targeted. The average age for an Aboriginal girl is between 7 and 12 years old. This is particularly alarming as I myself am an Aboriginal woman. I have daughters, sisters, cousins, nieces, friends, and aunts, and even young girls in my youth group. We all become a potential statistic and victim. Many that I have listed fall between those ages of 7 and 12. Ask yourselves how it would feel to see someone that is close to you exposed in a negative way. Excuse me. Look inside your own hearts. Would you want your daughters, your own granddaughters, to have the opportunity to participate in this trade? By allowing a strip club to open here in Regina, you would not be doing your part in keeping them safe. In fact, you would be doing the exact opposite. It would be an open invitation to sexual predators. Why would we allow Regina to be known for its strip club? Why not work towards building the city as one that promotes modesty and morality? To be leaders and not followers of other provinces in Canada who have already disregarded the women and children and men involved. I have heard the arguments in support of the proposal, and though they say the participants involved have a freedom of will to do this, we as residents of Regina also have the freedom to express our great opposition and all the statements and facts that come along with it. I'd like to share a scripture with you all, and it can be found in James chapter 1, verses 14 and 15. But each person is tempted when he is lured and enticed by his own desires. Then when desire has conceived, it gives birth to sin, and sin, when it is full grown, brings forth death. This is a perfect illustration of what the strip club brings to the women involved in them. She is oftentimes lured into the trade by lies and promises of fancy clothes, items, or false sense of security, which is something she most desires. She is then beat, abused, and taught to live in fear, oftentimes told to help the abuser obtain new females. She becomes so entrapped in the world where she has nowhere to run and no one to turn to, and ultimately feels that there is only one way out, and that is by death, whether it is by the hands of another individual or her own. In closing, I urge you all to closely examine the decision and the negative impact it holds on our city and residents. I thank everyone who spoke before me as we stand united with one objective, and everyone who will speak after me. I thank you, Mayor, the Honourable City Councillors, for your time in allowing me to voice my concerns and opinions.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for your presentation. Are there members of the Council who have questions? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Thompson, for coming forward with your presentation. You mentioned in your presentation that Aboriginal women have been specifically targeted. I'd like to ask you to expand on that, to explain to us how they're specifically targeted and what role a strip club might play in that.
From the research that I have done on this matter, and generally towards the Aboriginal women, it has come to my attention that during the 50s, when Aboriginal women were urbanized into the city, that this became a form of income for them, that this was a way for them to be targeted. It opened the door for them because they come from reserve setting into an urban setting that oftentimes they are not prepared for, that they are not told what an urban setting can hold opposed to what their life on the reserve would have held.
Thank you for that. And if I just might follow up, you also mentioned that young girls as young as 7 to 12 were also being targeted. Can you say any more about that and how that happens?
How that would happen? Again, just based on the research that I have done over the last several days here, That age had come about, and I'm sorry I can't provide the website that this had come from. But when they had done the research, this was the number that they had come up with, that they start at a young age and oftentimes grow into becoming women in these categories. So I hope I can answer it as best as I can there for you.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Other questions? Thank you very much for your presentation. Move on to our next delegation. I hope I get this last name correct, and please correct me if I'm wrong. Harry Road. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
It's actually Rhoda. It's German, so you pronounce all the letters. So it's beautiful.
Thank you for that. Appreciate that.
Thank you to His Worship the Mayor and Honourable City Councillors. My name is Harry Rhoda, and initially I was simply planning to represent myself and my family. However, this weekend I walked around our neighbourhood and found that many others are opposed to this proposed strip club, and I now have an additional 50 signatures to present to you. Therefore, on behalf of all of us, I would like to let you know that we are opposed to the development of a strip club because we feel that this would be a detriment to our community and a step backwards in building a healthy and progressive society. This proposed development is also inconsistent with our city's I Love Regina initiative, where we say that our desire is to make Regina the best that it can be, a progressive and vibrant city. As residents of the city, we strongly believe that we should leave a legacy for future generations that shows that we stood for a healthy and progressive society where women and men are equally respected. Personally, I would be ashamed of myself if I didn't speak up for my 3 daughters, and I hope that you, as our council, won't be afraid to speak against this proposal on behalf of your families and your constituents, and that you would promote a higher set of values where we are accountable to each other and show proper respect to the women in our society. If you agree, we urge you as our city council to vote against this land use application. It's hard for us to fathom in this day and age that this type of adult entertainment, hasn't been recognized as something horribly degrading to women. Saskatchewan, as it has been noted, has long been one of the few jurisdictions in Canada where stripping in bars is prohibited. This is something that we as Saskatchewan residents should be proud of and demonstrates that we have set ourselves a higher standard of values than other jurisdictions. We feel that any business that encourages the portrayal of women or men as sex objects degrades the way the human body should be viewed and devalues a person, treating them like a commodity. It really saddens me that some people think that allowing strip clubs is a progressive move, when it really shows that we're taking a step backwards. What are we telling our daughters about the respect they should have for men? And what are we telling our sons? That women are to be viewed as sex objects to be paid for? I hope we haven't become so desensitized that we just shrug our shoulders and say, oh well, it's going to happen anyway. We strongly believe that this sort of entertainment does not contribute to a healthy society and ultimately is a detriment to encouraging healthy relationships between men and women. However, we are extremely pleased that our City Council does have the final say in whether or not to approve this type of land use, because as our elected officials, you have the responsibility to look at the big picture and see how this proposed development fits into how we would like our city to be viewed, and to determine if this would be a valued benefit to our city for the well-being of all our citizens, present and future. We understand that legally this development can go ahead, but just because it can doesn't mean it should, or that it's even the right thing for our city. We all have pride in our city, and I know you, Mr. Mayor, and members of council want our city to be the best that it can be. Otherwise, you wouldn't have taken on these leadership positions. However, remember, you were elected to be our leaders, not simply administrators, and in this leadership role, you must always do what's right for the betterment of our community and look to things that will propel us forward and not pull us back. We cannot see how this establishment will do anything to advance the betterment of our city and only see potential problems and pitfalls. In closing, we would urge you all to step up and lead. Be the leaders that the residents of Regina can be proud of. What sort of a legacy do you want to leave for future generations? One that shows our apathy, where we shrug our shoulders and say, well, it'll happen anyway, there's no way to stop it? Or where we finally say enough is enough, and shape a society that shows our sons and daughters and all who choose to make our city their home that a well-functioning community is where men and women are not portrayed or viewed in a demeaning or disrespectful way. Personally, I would be embarrassed to have to face my children and family and say that I had allowed this to happen when I had the power to stop this. As our elected officials, you have the power to do the right thing for a city. It's easy to default to the province and say that they have made this legal, so our hands are tied.
Mr. Gordon, you have 30 seconds.
Thank you. However, as our representatives, you still have the power to shape the development of our city and make it the best that it can be. So do it. We ask you and urge you to vote against the establishment of strip clubs in our city. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rhoda, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Well, there are none. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Do you want these additional signatures?
I'll give that to the clerk. The next delegation is Rich Lepp. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Your Worship and City Councilors, my name is Richard Lepp, and I'm a resident of Ward 9 in Regina, and I'm a retired police officer, having served Saskatoon City Police, Saskatoon Police Service for more than 27 years. I want to speak to this matter as a police officer, as a father, a grandfather, and as a resident of this city. The first of any decision by a governmental body is the greatest influence on all similar decisions that this governmental body has to make in the future. The standards used by City Council on whether to grant a license to the applicant in this first request will determine how all future applications are processed. You will determine tonight how high the bar will be set for whether a business of this type can operate in Regina. And you as City Council are making a statement tonight about what kind of atmosphere and identity that you want Regina to be known for. As a police officer, I came to the knowledge that the real owners behind many of these clubs are organized crime. A number of years ago, a strip club in Saskatoon opened which had difficulty remaining viable without alcohol sales. It was fronted by a businessman but owned by an organized crime gang. As a police officer, I observed numerous assaults, arrests for drug trafficking, active prostitution take place on and out of the premise. I also visited, during my time as a police officer, similar clubs owned by the same criminal organization and observed the same criminal behaviors. If it has not already been done, and I tried to get a hold of my counselor, with our chief of police or the RPS and criminal intelligence unit, you would be able to obtain any information that you wanted regarding this. The economic cost to the city and province of lost revenues through unreported income through lap dancing, prostitution, drug trafficking, and money laundering that takes place in many of these types of businesses is substantial, and most of the economic benefits would not remain in the city or, as a matter of fact, in the province. As has been spoken about numerous times tonight, the issue of human trafficking is very real and a major consideration in this decision. My experience as a police officer in Saskatoon was that many of these women employed in these venues were managed, controlled, contracts bought and sold by national networks. 2 years ago, the federal immigration minister canceled the issuing of temporary work permits to sex trade workers. And this was focused primarily on those working as strippers because of very strong evidence of human trafficking. Many of these women were to be employed in strip clubs across Canada managed by these same national networks. My wife and I have personally worked with a number of former exotic dancers who discovered that this is an occupation with huge, long-lasting personal costs. I also recognize that City Council are administrators of Regina. And being in law enforcement, I realize, having been involved in opposing this right from the provincial government level to tonight, I realize that you have a responsibility to make decisions that are in the best interests of the majority of all of our residents. While this application may be lawful, is the issuing of a license in fact beneficial to all of the residents in Regina? I refer you to the applicant's Facebook site, somewhat reluctantly, called Peelers, and comments made on the forums about the strip club that he currently manages. And I ask you, City Council, and I ask the residents of Regina, is this what we want to encourage in the city? Strip clubs are gritty, debasing the women, disrobing the female gender in general, and also if there are men disrobing, it's degrading to them also, and the mostly male participants. Regina is already dealing with similar issues in our north central areas, issues of degraded families, prostitution, and addiction issues. And the question that I ask myself, why would we as a city add to this? Granting this license may seem innocuous and liberating now, but most will most definitely have a long-term
Mr. Lepre, you have 30
cost.
seconds.
I do not want to see Regina or Saskatchewan experience what other cities and provinces suffer with what erroneously appears to be more modern laws, and I respectfully ask City Council to be proactive and consider the future liabilities to our community, even if it has a political cost. As a follower of Jesus Christ, I have strong feelings on the moral trauma that the environment found in businesses of this type are capable of imposing on employee and patron alike. And I have 3 daughters and grandchildren.
Your time is up, unfortunately.
Okay.
You had your 5 minutes. I'm sorry
Yes.
about that. But we do have questions, though. Councilor Murray.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Lepre. I appreciate you coming forward. I know you kind of ran out of time there, but you were right at the tail end, so well done. You really got your 5 minutes. My question, Your Worship, is you had made a mention in your submission about when the province had changed the laws. Were you aware that that was occurring?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And did you do what did you do? Were you involved? Did you contact anyone? Did you provide them your expertise? Obviously, you have significant expertise.
The organization that I'm involved with, the Saskatchewan House of Prayer, I'm involved quite intimately in our legislature, and the first minister responsible was the former Honourable Tim McMillan, and I had correspondence with him regarding this, and the Honourable Donna Howpower, who is the current minister responsible. I had written interactions in face-on-face meetings with her regarding this, and along with numerous other MLAs and some bureaucrats in the legislature regarding this, yes.
Great. Thank you very much for your input. Thank you for your service, 27 years in the police. So thank you for that, and thank you for your submission to us this evening. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Hinks.
Thank you. I want to apologize if I didn't get back to you, but I've had some health issues lately, and I tried to make a bunch of calls this morning to get. Maybe you have a message for you there, but is there anything else you'd like to add or tell me now that you got me?
Well, I know this is a legal decision. The law has been passed provincially. The law has been passed by the municipality. But there are issues that go beyond that, and I know good governance often looks at things beyond the letter. And I would just, and I know you all are doing due diligence, and I just encourage you to in this matter, continue to do due diligence in examining all the different aspects of this.
Well, I can tell you I've never had more calls on any issue from people in my ward, so I'm pretty up to. Now you know that legally they can come back on this, say, and is your organization going to continue to go after the provincial government to have this law changed?
I've had conversations this past week with one of the cabinet ministers regarding this, and in policing, I never gave up, and even if the case was difficult, to continue to look into a matter until I can find some personal resolution. So, yes, continue to deal with this.
So do you feel you're getting anywhere with them?
I think, just like tonight, all of you are here listening to what the residents of Regina have to say to you. And that's the same with the provincial government. They will do what the people want.
Yeah, but you know that we're much more transparent than provincial or federals are, and we're a lot.
I don't want to burn any bridges here, but I think that's true.
Thank you for editorial comment, Councillor Hinks. There's a question there, I'm sure, though.
Yeah, but it's good. It's important that all the organizations go back to the provincial government, and I'm asking you to do that. You know, if you could.
Yes.
Okay.
We'll continue to encourage people around the province to.
Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Yes, Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Lipp, for your information tonight. It's particularly important because of your perspective as a former police officer. You mentioned that often the real owners of these strip clubs were organized gangs.
Yes.
Are those organized gangs, in your experience, able to hide their real ownership through a network of corporate corporate structures? Is it often not apparent that the real gangs are behind these operations?
I could list probably a dozen businesses that function in this province that are legitimate on the surface but have organized crime that own them.
When you say businesses, you're referring to things like strip clubs?
Like hotels and car dealerships and different kinds of agricultural products. That's also all sorts of different kinds of businesses.
And would it include strip clubs?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. There are no other questions. You can return to the gallery. Thank you for answering our questions.
Thank you.
The next delegation is Charles Cougar. I may have that wrong. You will certainly correct me if it is wrong. If you can identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
My name is Charles Cougar. I am pastor of Sunlight Christian Reformed Church here in the city. I'm also the chair of 2 of the church organizations, the Regina Evangelical Ministerial Association as well as the Regina Council of Churches. Those organizations do not actually give me any authority, so I speak in a general way from the sense that we have as churches and from distributed materials prior to this meeting. I was wondering if I could start with a question for clarification before my 5 minutes kicks in.
Usually delegations don't ask questions. They simply present their ideas and we'll ask questions of you.
I'm sorry, it refers to clarification of the way that you introduced this time together with respect to the 2 different, because I'm confused about, you said there was a land use issue that's being dealt with tonight, and at a later date there would be an opportunity to address.
So I'll allow this clarification only at one time.
Thank you.
The issue of massage parlors is not a subject matter for tonight. It is simply the application before us tonight, which is one site-specific on this application. So it's a narrow discussion. That other discussion will take place later.
Okay.
So you can continue.
I think I understand.
That will become clear as we go forward, too.
Thank you. The first thing that I would like to note is that it is a serious thing to deny a person the opportunity to open a business that is permitted by law in this jurisdiction. And so I understand that all of us who have come before you so far are asking of you a serious thing. And I appreciate the questions that have been asked, especially around if council denies the application and it goes to the next level of law, how shall it be answered? I think that everything that I have to add to the discussion has pretty much been said already. I think in terms of the way that such a response from the applicant would be dealt with, the defense that council might have is in respect of 3 ways. Number 1 was mentioned when the law reframing prostitution law in Canada was accomplished at the national level, and that is that there is a social ethos, there is an understanding that we are leading in a particular direction, which is towards the respect of all persons, and in particular the respect of women, and that we, as a culture, do not condone the exploitation of persons especially as it takes place in the area of prostitution, which has been shown to be related to the issue at hand. We know how important that culture of respect is. If we look at our own city, you walk into any public school, see any public school bus, one of the 4 pillars of our educational mandate is, I respect. And I think that that is our national and our provincial ethos, and that is a grounds upon which this decision can be laid. It's been said in some of the exchanges that you see on the internet, Saskatchewan already has one of the highest rates of violence against women. We ought to be addressing the root causes of that instead of worrying about a strip club. Indeed, I believe that addressing the root causes of violence are critical. But the attitudes that would make a strip club profitable are among the root causes of the whole issue. So I think that's all around the issue of respect, and I think given what our government has done, there is reason to believe that that is defensible. The second way is the way that was outlined by Crystal Giesbrecht in her submission from the Transitional House Provincial Association. There is actual harm that is done to women who work in these establishments or men. So there is an actual harm argument. The studies back up what we already know. The sex trades do dangerous work. The applicant, Mr. Godfredson, has already been in communication with City Police about his application. Our police, professionals that they are, assure us that they are prepared and foresee no unusual issues. Of course they are prepared. That's what they do. But the very fact that they are involved indicates a need for protection beyond the norm, and studies cited show that violence does take place in and around strip clubs. The third harm has already been mentioned as well, and that is costs to the general public. There are financial costs that come up as well. There is more policing required for this kind of club than the average business district. And who pays those costs? What if an unstable man gets fixated on a woman who looks straight at him while taking off her clothes and stalks her, gets ideas? Or worse, who pays for the courts? Who pays for the prisons at $90,000 a year and the aftercare?
You have 30 seconds.
Thank you. So Mr. Godfredson has pledged in the media to run a clean business with a clean atmosphere in a safe, positive venue. I'm sure that he means it, as amusing as a clean atmosphere in a dirty business might sound to us. But it isn't just about him and his business. No club is an island. It does affect all of us. I believe there are sound and appropriate reasons to deny the application.
Thank you, Mr. Cougar, for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? Councilor Donald.
Thanks very much. Good evening. Thanks for sharing your thoughts. You may have noticed there's a few people sitting behind you. I often sit here in isolation, and so I'm asking you in a simple way, how come all these people are here? What brought them here tonight?
I have to speak for all the folks here.
Well, your reflection.
I think there are probably a couple of reasons. One is that the entire application seems wrong to them. It is a moral issue for many people in this city. The moral issues always place council in a challenging situation because there is such a thing as the tyranny of the majority, and we want to make sure we recognize that. But I think that we live in a culture that has been highlighting the damage that the kind of lack of respect that we observe in a strip club causes within the general population. And so I think that there is a higher vision of what the city can be, what we can be as a culture. I volunteer at Indian Métis Christian Fellowship. They distribute newspapers and from primarily First Nations community. There's a listing, faces, people and their aspirations, the things that they have accomplished, the things that they are hoping for in life. Those stories inspire, and that's what the community as a whole aspires to. And I think that's the dream that we want to see brought into fruition. And I, for one, would like to see that happen in a way that demonstrates that we are not merely oppressing those who wish to run a legitimate business, that there are issues of real health and real harm that are at stake in this application.
Thanks for your thoughts.
Thank you, Councilor Donald. Other questions? I have a question. Other delegations have been asked this question, so I'll ask you directly. Were you aware of the legislative change by the province? And if you were, did you talk to them about that? And since this issue has come up now, will you speak with them about this legislation?
I was, in a very vague and peripheral way, aware, but I will confess, like some of my other colleagues, I did not pay it the attention that it warranted. And I would have to say that... Is it dry up here? I'd have to say that in the last couple of weeks, my energies have been focused pretty much completely on this, and I haven't made a decision as to what I might do with respect to going to the province.
Understood. Good. Thank you very much. No other questions? You can return to the gallery.
Thank you.
Thank you for asking questions. The next delegation is Mark Gibson. As with other delegations, if you could identify yourself and who's with you, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you, Your Worship and councillors. My name is Mark Gibson. It's my wife, Peggy. We represent ourselves, but I think we also represent thousands of other grandpas and grandmas in this city. Thank you, first off, for your dedication to this city and for your work. We notice it. We don't always come, but we notice it. And second, I want to thank you for allowing us to speak before you this evening. Our concern, and I have to admit, I've been very humbled with all of those who have spoken before me. But our concern is the same for this proposed adult entertainment establishment, commonly known as a strip club. I'm going to refer to Regina's official community plan called Design Regina. This plan is a large work that you were involved in very much, and that you recently approved. It is a foundation that you have designed with the collaboration of Regina citizens on which to build Regina's future. Now, I have to ask this question rhetorically. Did your vision for Regina really include strip clubs? Documents called roadmaps were employed to help create Design Regina. And one of the resources used was called Regina Social Issues Topic Sheet. The second paragraph of that topic sheet says, social issues affect individuals, families, neighborhoods, and the city as a whole. On that very same page under the heading At Issue, the document identifies, and I quote, the city's role in promoting the health, safety, morality, and welfare of its residents, and in passing bylaws required for the peace, order, and good government. Question, does peace, order, and good government for the health, safety, morality, and welfare of its residents include strip clubs? Then on page 51 of the official community plan, there's a section called Health and Safety, and it refers to the following community priorities. And the very first paragraph begins with this sentence, health and safety are key elements ensuring that Regina remains a city of choice in which to live, work, and raise a family. Honestly, does a strip club fall within those parameters? Surely the answer has got to be no. I have 5 granddaughters. I have 3 grandsons. And I do not want to live in a city that supports businesses that could abuse them in any manner, at any age, for any event, under any guise called an adult entertainment establishment. I encourage you, I ask you to boldly vote against this proposal. Your resounding no will send a loud message to the residents of Regina, to the whole province of Saskatchewan, and indeed to the whole country, that Regina lives up to its own vision and supports women and is a healthy and safe place to raise a family. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gibson, for your okay.
I'm just going to add a few more words. As a couple here, I'd like to say good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Peggy Collins Gibson. I'm also a citizen of Regina. I'm here to share my displeasure with the application to allow a flourishing strip club complete with alcohol in our city. I do not accept it as being any value other than to lower the self-esteem of women and men who may be involved. My concern is for the vulnerable people who are monopolized to expose themselves, and we've heard a lot about that tonight, how real that is, the vulnerability, for the lust of others. As we've all heard in the media of late, there's lots of struggle. There are many struggles, I should say, with the disappearance of women, including the high occurrence of murder, and all kinds of talk about at a federal level to address this issue. So our province has an opportunity, and being number one in the country for domestic abuse and violence.
You have 30 seconds left.
Okay. I believe that women taking clothes off so men can look at them only adds fuel to this problem. And both men and women need to stand strong. I also want to quote from the Angus Reid Omnibus survey that 67% of Canadians have known a woman who has experienced physical or sexual abuse, and only less than 10% are even reported to police. Please vote no.
Thank you very much for your presentation, both of you. Maybe questions from members of council? Councillor Donald?
Thanks very much. You tweaked my interest with the comment that you made, so I'm going to leave Regina out of it. If council in fact said no, how would the province react to that?
I can't speak for the whole province.
As a government, but also as a different community.
If the council said no, how would we react to that?
How would the province feel? How would the province as a government feel? How would other communities in the province feel?
I think they would look at this as amazing leadership.
Order. I'm going to call a point of order. I know this is a very important issue for people, but for the gallery to please not be part of the discussion. Thank you. Councillor Donald?
Thanks. So I'm going to tweak my question a little bit. So I could ask it with the affirmative, but I'm going to ask it with the negative. So if somebody here, council in this case, said no, what would be the impetus to say a group like this or another group to say to the province something, and then how would they react?
I am really glad you're asking that question. I was hoping you would ask me that question. I think it is quite apparent and obvious from the crowd that you've had here this evening that you have not heard the end of this. And I don't think the province has heard the end of this. And I have to be honest and bold. I am ashamed personally that I have not spoken of this before. But you can bet your boots you have not heard the end of me. And I think I'm not alone. And these people are representing thousands of people in this city, and I suspect in this province. And Brad Wall, and I love Brad Wall and his cabinet and what he's doing for our province, but he's going to hear from this. Is that answering your question?
Clearly, thank you.
I was going to ask you to clarify, but I think you just did. That's good. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's great. We'll move on to our next delegation, David Lee. Mr. Lee, as with others, you identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you very much for having me today and allowing me to speak. My name is David Lee, and I am number 91 for the Saskatchewan Roughriders. My wife and I recently bought a house here in the city and now call Regina home. We have both absolutely fallen in love with this community. But I believe if this proposed strip club is allowed to operate in the city, Regina will be taking a step in the wrong direction. I'm strongly opposed to the commercial sexual use of women. Strip clubs often serve as a gateway into prostitution and human trafficking. I would like to read an excerpt from Sheila Jeffrey's academic paper published in the journal Science, Volume 33 in 2008. One aspect of organized crime involvement in the strip club industry is trafficking, which has become a common way of supplying clubs with dancers. All over Europe and North America, women and girls are brought into the clubs by deception, by force, or initially by consent. In such cases, they are kept in debt bondage, are deprived of their travel documents, which are confiscated by the traffickers, are controlled by threats to themselves or their families, all traditional aspects of this modern form of slavery. I would like to present to the council, if there's even one case of human trafficking associated with this strip club, is it worth it? I would also like to present to council, those of you who have a daughter, is this a work opportunity that you want to open up for your daughter, to have her potentially abused and potentially trafficked? I would also like to bring to attention the added cost to taxpayers of the City of Regina. Mr. Gottfredson, the applicant, says he will be in cooperation with police to prevent crime. His comments show that he himself acknowledges the known links between strip clubs and organized crime, prostitution, liquor law violation, assault, sexual assault, and breaches of peace. Even with police cooperation, this will be an added strain to our police and court resources in the city, as well as countless other social institutions. I am confident when the tax dollars generated by the strip club are compared with the cost to the City of Regina, our taxpayer dollars could be essentially subsidizing the existence of this club. I would ask as a taxpayer that a financial feasibility study be completed before the city even thinks about approving this proposed club. I would also ask if the City of Regina is comfortable generating tax dollars through the exploitation and degradation of women. In conclusion, I know that this application has met legal requirements regarding the location of the proposed establishment, but what is legal and what is right is not always synonymous. I ask each councillor to consider why you hold the position that you do. Please, stand up for our women. Stand up for those being trafficked at this very second. And please, stand up for our city. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your words. We do have questions from members of council. Councillor Hinks.
I just have one question. Can we see that Grey Cup ring?
Of course. I have to inform you, though, it is a Toronto Argonaut ring.
Well, that's all right. That's all right.
Well, I draw the line there. Sorry, I draw the line.
It's still a Grey Cup ring. Yes.
Any questions of the delegation? Councillor Hawkins, sorry.
Well, thank you, Your Worship. You mentioned that the application has met with legal requirements. Would you agree with me that one of the legal requirements is that it receive approval of this council, and it has not received that yet?
Yes. I was referring to following the application process and everything up to this point.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lee, for your presentation.
Thank you.
You return to the gallery. The next delegation is Graham Becky. I hope I have that right, and I know you'll correct me if I'm wrong. Yes. Please identify yourself, who you represent, and you have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Your Worship, Mayor of Fougere, and honorable council persons. My name is Graham Becky, and I work for a faith-based registered charity operating under the business name International Student Assistance Association of Regina. We provide English tutoring to international students and immigrants. Over the last 7 years, more than 1,000 students at U of R have received our assistance in some form. I'm also a lawyer, and I provide legal services to needy immigrants under the pro bono license program with the Law Society. I would first like to say that on behalf of our charity and the Regina Apostolic Church, I'm an elder of the Regina Apostolic Church, we appreciate both the seriousness and the difficulty of the choices which you have to make. We respect your work. I believe that you as counselors are committed to doing what is right and what is in the best interests of the citizens of Regina. For the sake of time, I will leave out some of the points in my submission that I had written in favor of the more important ones. I'm looking tonight for a way of helping you weed your way through the various acts and the regulations, and for the last number of nights I've been going through that maze. I just want to start by suggesting, answering the question about if you were to exercise your discretion to reject the application under this bylaw, this will likely be met by a charter challenge in terms of infringement on freedom of expression. And with regard to this challenge, I would put forward the argument that this is a business application. It's not an application putting forward anything of artistic or expressional value. The real purpose of this application is to increase the sale of alcohol at the expense of exploiting vulnerable women. It's about alcohol sales and not an expression protected by the Charter. Every freedom of expression is subject to some reasonable limits. We have freedom of speech, but this is limited by we're limiting inciting of hatred, inciting of violence, and inciting of public disorder. I would suggest that there are good arguments to be made in rejecting this application in favor of reasonable limits found through social impact. Issues of equality, freedom, community standards, issues of violence towards women, protecting vulnerable women, and combating the worldwide issue of human trafficking are all issues which provide justifiable limits on the freedom of expression. I don't need to remind you that there is a justifiable outcry in Canada and in our city against missing Aboriginal women. You are all aware of this issue. Yes, I would say you may face a charter challenge. However, this is an issue of leadership, of protecting the weak and the vulnerable. You are able to meet this challenge, and you can make reasoned and justifiable response. Having said this, I would like to enumerate several key social considerations which will help you exercise your discretion. The first one is the degradation of women. In our society, where women are struggling to have their persons respected and to be treated equally, we must consider the message that strip clubs send to men and women of our city. Number two, the exercise of free will is fundamental to both our faith and to democracy within our society. There is an extremely important question as to whether the women involved in this business are exercising their free will, or whether this business is really just a front for or entrance into prostitution and human slavery. Human slavery, this is my third point, and human trafficking are a worldwide social issue for our generation, and we must do everything in our power to eliminate them and not provide venues for the possibility of their practice. We are on earth to make a difference, and a positive difference, not to close a blind eye to human suffering and slavery. Recent media stories involving Jian Ghomeshi and Bill Cosby have attracted an immediate and strong response from many Canadians as to violence and the treatment of women. This is a strong indication as to what our community standards and values of our society are. 2 weeks ago, CTV News reported on a pub in Winnipeg where a racy poster was posted.
Mr. Becky, you have 30 seconds.
30 seconds? Okay, I just want to then move to the final issue. I would like to consider the direction of Council in dealing with this matter. As I can determine from the Planning Development Act, Council is faced with three possibilities. The first, to reject the application. The second, to approve the application. And the third, to defer the application to further consultation of the public for time for Council to properly study societal and social impact. In closing, I would like us to consider what our community values are: equality, respect, and freedom. We cannot afford to make decisions based on values which are not congruent with the values that we cherish in society.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Fraser, you have a question?
Thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks a lot for your presentation. I hate to see it get cut off. Do you have anything else to add?
I just want to say that I'm looking through the law, and it's just like a spider web of stuff to go through. And I understand the complexity of what you're up against. So I feel for you. I see that this is not what it appears on the surface. And I humbly submit to you that perhaps deferring your decision in favor of further public consultation and giving yourself further time to study the matter and the social impact may be the best decision according to the case law that's out there and according to the existing regulations. Make no mistake, I'm in favor of disallowing the application, but council may need to move slowly and consider all its options in how to disallow the application. I mean, one way will bring immediate impact, kickback, and the other you may be able to address more slowly.
Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hinks.
Thank you, and thank you for the presentation. Being a lawyer, you understand that if we, and I suspect it won't pass tonight, that they have legal comeback because it is a legal thing in Saskatchewan?
Yes, I mean, it appears from some of the case law that, sadly enough, it's come to this, that stripping is protected as a freedom of expression in this country, and the victims of stripping have no protection. So, yes, there could be a challenge on that, but what I'm saying, under Section 1, we must demonstrate justifiable limits to any freedom. In the same way that we can't just, we have freedom of speech, but we can't just say anything that brings chaos into society. In the same way, there are justifiable limits to any freedom of expression. But my first argument here is that I don't consider this as a freedom of expression issue. I believe that the courts have considered this as an alcohol marketing issue. And that's one way to frame this sort of thing. The courts, this is a business application. It's not of any expressional value. And that would be one argument that would be brought.
Even if it doesn't pass tonight, which I don't think it will, you people will have a big job in going to the provincial government and working them because they have the real power.
Yes, and I just want to comment on that. I think that the reason why there was less awareness is because we are aware, people are aware of what touches them personally. When it occurs on the third or fourth page of the newspaper about something going through at the legislature, it doesn't register. But when you flip up on your phone a couple weeks ago and you go to the Leader Post site, right, and you're reading the paper and it comes right up there on the first list, it's in the top 3 stories, it hits you right away and it touches you personally. So I think the other thing, I guess, that it came into force in 2014. However, if I was to ask the question of anybody here, do you know when it was first tabled in the House? I don't know. Maybe you know. I don't know. Because I think a lot of times, the first time it's tabled, it doesn't even make it into the paper.
Again, I'm going to ask you, are you and your groups prepared to take the fight on with the provincial government?
Yes, we have connections with different MLAs that we speak to on a regular basis, and we have good relationship. The churches in Regina, and we will continue to bring this forward.
But you're going to have to get a majority of the MLAs, and so that's a big job, getting to every MLA.
Councillor Hinks, you have to phrase this in a not into a debate or discussion, but a question.
No, that's okay. That's good.
Yes, I understand, and we commit to go forward with this with the legislature.
Good. Thank you very much. If there are no other questions, you can return to the gallery. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Jessime Unger is the next delegation. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation.
Good evening. My name is Jessime Unger, and I'm here tonight representing myself and InterVarsity Christian Fellowship at the University of Regina. I'm here tonight to speak against the establishment of a strip club in Regina, and I'm hoping that this presentation and the many other letters and presentations you've received and heard will be enough to show you problems with having a strip club, and that you'll say no to this proposal. In this day and age, sex and women are sold as a product that has lost all meaning and significance. Allowing a strip club in our city gives the message that women are only good for entertainment and that they are only as good as their bodies. As a 21-year-old female, I am faced with hundreds of messages every day telling me what my body should look like and what it should be used for. I trust that you desire the city of Regina to be a place where women are not just looked at as something worthless and cheap, but rather are respected and celebrated for who they are. I'm currently studying to be a high school teacher, and as a future educator, I want to show my students that they matter and that they are worth much more than the messages society tells them. How can I teach my students this when every day they are bombarded with media telling them they are insignificant? A strip club will just be one more obstacle telling them they are not worthy of respect. My future students could be the future of your city. We want to raise individuals who are confident in who they are. We want to show the upcoming generations that they deserve respect. We want them to know that women are not objects. Saying no to a strip club is a simple way to tell the next generation that they matter. I also ask you to consider the broader picture of what a strip club in Regina means. Young girls may look at strip clubs and believe that this is a lifestyle of glamour and glory. However, this is not the case, as many of these women end up with STDs, addicted to drugs, and perhaps even as victims of violent crimes. I trust that this is not what you have in mind for the future of the city of Regina. The issue of strip clubs does not just affect our city, there is in fact a global impact. Worldwide, there are many instances of human trafficking occurring in strip clubs. While this is certainly not always the case, by saying yes to a strip club, you are opening another door and another opportunity for inhumane and illegal behavior. In closing, I ask you to consider the women in your lives. Your daughters, granddaughters, nieces, sisters, wives, mothers, and friends. You hold the power tonight to vote against something that is so detrimental to the way women view themselves and also to the way that society in general views women. As you are able to vote against this, an opportunity many, many people in the city wish they had, I ask you not to take that responsibility lightly. In voting against this proposal, you are telling women that they are beautiful and valuable. You are taking a positive stand for the future of our city. This decision matters. Thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Ms. Unger, for your presentation and words. Any questions from the delegation? No, that's fine. Thank you. You've been very clear. Thank you very much. The next delegation is Greg Malcho. I hope I have that correct, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. If you could identify yourself, who you represent, and you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation. And members of council may ask questions after.
Your Worship, Your Worship, Mayor Michael Fougere, and esteemed council members. My name is Greg Malco. I am a resident of Regina. I thank you for your time hearing my concerns and my opinions. I'm here to present to you my personal viewpoints on the decision of the opening of a strip club in the city of Regina. I'd like to talk to you as a father, a husband, and also as a Christian on how a strip club affects families and their quality of life. I'm representing my generation, those in their 20s, and the young parents and the parents-to-be. First, as a father, I believe it is my duty to be a mentor to my children and to guide them in the right direction on how they should live. If I were to say nothing uplifting or encouraging to them, I would not be doing my job as a father. A strip club does the opposite of parenting. It discredits all the doing of my... it discredits all the self-worth the daughters are taught. I feel women who strip or prostitute for money receive little worth in life and only receive shame and dishonor, not love and respect. This is not how I want women to be seen in Regina. Encouraging a strip club to be in Regina is the opposite of what I want to teach my son on how to respect women. As a husband, I see my wife as a gift and a help, and one who brings value to me, her husband. The scripture says in Proverbs 31, a wife of noble character who can find? She is worth far more than rubies. Her husband has full confidence in her and lacks nothing of value. She brings him good, not harm, all the days of her life. For me, this is how women and wives should be represented. I believe approving women in clubs would only hinder my relationship with my wife and how I view her. As a Christian, I believe all men and women are equal and have value in God's eyes and in my own. In the stripping scene, prostitution is prevalent, and women are not exalted but shamed. They are sexually objectified, not valued and desired. I believe if Regina wants to be a city that stands out, it should be one that praises women for accepting them as who they are and not having to shame them and make them feel wanted in this way, only to be abused. May your hearts guide you on the right decision for the city of Regina. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Are there questions of the delegation? No, there are none. Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery. And the next delegation is Ashley Chorney. If you could identify yourself as well, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
This is on? Okay, good. My name is Ashley Chorney, and I'll be speaking on behalf of myself this evening. I just wanted to say thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak before you and voice my opinion on the issue that we have before us. I am standing before you this evening asking you to say no to the proposal of the strip club passing. I could list off many reasons as to why, in my opinion, I would feel that this would be have a negative impact on Regina and the citizens of Regina. But my main point is this, and that is human trafficking. I would like to read to you a statement from a woman named Timia who was trafficked to Canada in early 2000 from Hungary. Every pimp makes sure that his girls are on a tight schedule. Sunday to Thursday are usually spent behind doors, working in motels, hotels, and massage parlors. If there is a strip club in the vicinity for the girls to work at, that is usually where they will be found Thursday to Saturday, as money is usually far better there than in a call service. Stripping serves as a training tool for pimps and traffickers. Traffickers frequently force victims and participants into stripping and nude dancing, be it as a gateway into prostitution and other commercial sex acts, or as an additional service in which they are required to provide. Additionally, a trafficker can use stripping as a tool to desensitize children and women to what is expected of them. Regardless of the amount of money one spends or does not spend at a strip club, it comes at a much higher cost than many are willing to admit. Because it is virtually impossible to determine between a trafficked person and an untrafficked person, and because children are being forced and coerced into clubs more frequently, consumers are more frequently being exposed to children in strip clubs and creating the demand for young trafficked women within strip clubs. I'm somebody who recently, for about the past 6 years of her life, I work with teenagers in a pastoral role. I recently changed my career path, and I now work in Regina in a housing program for women called Kate's Place, which actually just received government funding this past, I believe it was December. I changed my career path because I desired to work with women who were at risk, and I can tell you the challenges that I have faced in seeing these drug-addicted women and how much the sex trade has played a part in their life. 67% of women who are addicted to drugs will or are not already working in some form of sex trade. Back in 2003, this was the first known documented case of human trafficking within Canada. I don't want to go into detail of what I think what could have been. Sorry, I'm really nervous right now, so I'm kind of stumbling over myself. But I don't want to go into detail of what I think of how many trafficking cases could have been taking place before this. But in 2003, there were no proper laws in place to actually prosecute the traffickers or protection for the victims. So the victims were never actually seen or heard from again, and the traffickers were never charged. In 2008, the first known trafficker was convicted and put into jail. He only served 2 years in prison for trafficking 3 girls under the age of 15. Back in, actually just recently in January, on January 16th, after Canada implemented the bill of C-36, the police were able to rescue a young girl in Hamilton from an apartment who was missing for 3 weeks. but who was being sold by another woman out of this apartment for sex. I stand before you saying this here today because I want, there we go again, because I want to make it across to you guys is that human trafficking is very real within Canada, and traffickers do not target just a specific person, but they target a vulnerability within a person, making no one exempt. And so, in saying that, I want to say this, is that we live in a society full of vulnerable people. Our children are prime targets for traffickers. Ages 12 to 13 are a prime age in which a woman will be lured into the trafficking ring. Drug addicted, abused, and any type of thing like that are prime ways that traffickers will use to exploit that vulnerability and use them to enter into the sex trade.
Mr. Tony, I'm sorry, your time's up. You may be asked a question to complete your presentation, but I have to stop you at 5 minutes. Are there questions? Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. You might be nervous, but you're very powerful speaking. So, this is just one land use that we're going to be talking about tonight and voting on. What are some things you would like to see happen across Canada to begin to deal with this issue?
To deal with human trafficking?
Yes.
I guess our biggest lack right now is aftercare of women. There isn't enough space or housing because what the problem is that you could take a woman out of the sex trade, but unless she has a safe place to go or unless she has another viable option for employment, she will end up right back there. So that's the major thing is that I would love to see is that there be more aftercare and resources to take care of women who are looking to exit the sex trade.
Is there anything else you'd like to add because you were cut short there?
I wanted to add this one quote by William Wilberforce, and I'm sure many of you are aware of who he is, but he said this, and he said, the only necessary thing for evil to triumph is for good men and women to do nothing. And in saying that, the only thing necessary for human trafficking to continue within our nation is for us to stand by and do nothing. And I know that we may say that, having a strip club doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is a key piece in preventing traffickers from continuing what they're doing amongst our people. So,
thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Other questions? You may be nervous, as Councillor Young said, but you're very passionate. That shows very well. Thank you for your presentation and your answering questions. Brian Nessman is the next delegation. Mr. Nessman, you have 5 minutes, and if you could identify who you represent, you can begin.
Honorable Mayor and Council, I want to thank you for letting us address Council this evening. My name is Brian Nessman. I'm here on behalf of Queen City Kinsman Gymnastics Club, QCK for short. We are a club that represents around 1,000 kids, both in recreational and competitive sport of gymnastics. We host numerous school groups that use the gym throughout the year and have partnerships with Rancherlo, Kidsport, Jumpstart, and Dream Brokers. All of these children pass through our doors probably about 20,000 times per year over the course of the year. QCK also hosts many events, including training camps, competitions where kids from across the province and country come to our gym. In 2 weeks, we'll host our club event, which is going to be the largest that we've had in history, and we have registrations coming from Alberta and Manitoba. This event not only brings a lot of families into our gym, but as well into our city. Right now, QCK is located in a facility that sits on Airport Authority land. We're in an old hangar that has access to the tarmac, and in simple terms, that is like living on oceanfront property. The airport needs our building, and QCK needs to look for a new home. We've been in the process of looking for a property since September of 2006, or we have till September of 2016 to find a new building, and that's why we're here today. We started the search for a motivated developer with land in a good location, willing to work with a nonprofit, and that's not easy. Adjacent to the proposed strip club is a piece of land that is one of the few locations that fits our needs. We have yet to make a decision on a move forward on this property, but we are close. I'm unsure if this location will be the choice location, but I do know we won't be there if there's a strip club as our neighbor. That's concerning to QCK, as there are limited numbers of locations available, and to take this one out of the pool would be unfortunate. For QCK, it's timing that has gotten in the way of our decision-making process. To do what is right for our membership, we have been trying to make sure that we make the decision that is going to be well thought out. This has taken more time than we anticipated, but we're close. I know locating beside a strip club is not on, but I also know that if we had made the decision to be on this property a bit earlier, we probably wouldn't be here today. We ask that you vote down or at least defer the decision for at least a couple months so we can make a better informed decision. Just before I go on or end here, this location was brought to us by the developer, and they brought it to us because there's two other clubs, Wascana Rhythmic and Martin School of Dance is looking at locating on a property. So we've kind of had a loose partnership saying that we want to, whether this is a property or something similar, we want to be, moving together as a group. So anyways, that's any question?
Thank you, Mr. Nissen, for your presentation. Are there questions? Councilor O'Donnell?
Yes.
Thanks, welcome. I'm encouraged to hear about your development. I saw your RFP a couple of times in the paper. So you, first of all, I'm aware of the property you're talking about. It's it's size that would probably matter to you, and then parking and so on that goes with it, and accessibility. Yeah. So the building that is under consideration here, while the application is for adult entertainment, it actually is still zoned as a nightclub. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
And you're aware that very easily, without any public consultation, they may continue as a nightclub and carry on as they wish?
Yep.
And that is okay?
Well, I don't know if it's okay, because I guess at the end of the day, we'd need to know for sure whether that was going to happen. A nightclub is different than a strip club. We envision our billboards with athletes, gymnasts, and dancers, and beside strippers, and it just doesn't work for us. So nightclub is probably not as concerning to us as a strip club would be.
Fair enough. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Dowell. Councilor Hawkins?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just have a quick question. What is it that's desirable about the property that you're currently looking at that you referred to?
Well, when we as a nonprofit go to look at development, we're challenged because we're a nonprofit. So we need to find a motivated developer, a piece of land, and a location that works for us. So we have everything in this current location, and we are working with other developers that are also motivated. The challenge again we have is that there's not a lot of developers out there that want to, take the risk on a nonprofit. So, there's probably 3 locations right now that we're dealing with. So.
And if you are successful and decide to proceed on this property, is it my understanding that this gym would be a gym used by children?
This would be a gym that would be used by children, and hopefully bring in competitions from across Canada and possibly internationally as well. So that's our goal.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. There appear to be no other questions. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
We'll move on to our next delegation, Arlene Stinson and Bruce Engelcott. If you could identify yourselves who you represent, you as well have 5 minutes for your presentation. And members of council may have questions for you after.
Thank you. His Worship and members of council, thank you for the opportunity to come and speak to you this evening. My name is Arlene Stinson. This is Bruce Ellergott. We are representing an organization, Freedom Catalyst Regina. And Freedom Catalyst Regina, our leadership team and supporters, we would ask that you would deny this application for this land use. Strip clubs are known hubs for human trafficking and sexual exploitation, as has been mentioned. Stripping and exotic dancing are both recruitment points and destination hubs for trafficked persons, including youth. People are lured in by promises of easy money when, as we've heard before, the reality can include manipulation, coercion, threats, and even violence. As was mentioned before as well, we look at the preamble of our new law, Bill 336, that has come out, and the Parliament of Canada has stated and recognizes the social harm that's caused by the objectification of human body and the commodification of sexual activity. And I would think objectification and commodification are certainly a part of strip clubs. We have firsthand accounts of people that that in the VIP rooms of these kind of strip clubs that sexual acts are purchased, and the purchasing of these acts would now be in contravention of our new law.
We believe that when citizens understand the true and full scope of the impact on our society, they will not want a strip club. Not too many years ago, I would have quietly dismissed the news of a strip club and carried on with my life thinking, I don't like it, but it doesn't touch my life. But my understanding and perspective of the true nature of the world of adult entertainment has been radically changed. Many people may be silent because of the belief that what takes place in the strip club is always and only consensual. It is a business that presents itself as legal in every aspect, a place where girls are willingly expressing themselves, a place where men come, enjoy, and leave without exploitation. What harm could come from a legitimate business like that? The truth? Lots of harm to lots of people. The promoters and advocates claim it is freedom of expression for the girls. They have a job just like anyone else. This job is easy to get into, but often is next to impossible to get out of with dignity, self-esteem, or a productive future intact. It was reported that Mr. Gottslifson himself acknowledges that there are criminal issues related to adult entertainment venues. We believe this will be a burden not worth the added demand for our police force. And finally, what is permissible is not always beneficial. We know this business application meets the legal and zone criteria, and the proposed activities are allegedly within the law. It is allowable, but we believe it is socially unproductive. When the true nature of a strip club is fully realized and experienced, it will be far harder than and even impossible to undo the negative repercussions. It will be more dangerous for our police services. It will be exponentially more destructive to the girls, our society, and families, and even the heartbeat of a vibrant community.
We recognize that the mantle of civic leadership is not an easy one, particularly at times like this. We recognize the courage that it takes to make a tough decision. Your vote tonight can make a positive difference and establish a positive legacy of dignity, value, and honor for all women and men in our city.
You have 30 seconds.
So it is for these reasons that Freedom Catalyst is asking you, as mayor and council, to not approve the license for this strip club or any other application in the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We'll see if there's questions from member council. Councilor Fraser?
Okay, thank you, through Mr. Mayor. Thanks for your presentation. Just wondering if you have anything else to add if you're a little rushed here.
I think we would like to respond. The question has come up a few times about, when the province brought in the law about adding alcohol to strip clubs, what did we do? As an organization, we weren't in existence at that time, but personally, I remember reading it as sort of a fait accompli. It was like, oh, they passed that, and I was deeply disappointed, and I think I have been challenged from some of the comments that have been made, as well as the councillors here, that I thought, oh, what can I do? They've already passed it, but apparently there is something I can do, and so I would like to pursue that, and we would certainly pursue that idea within our group.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Fraser. Other questions? Thank you very much. You can return to the gallery, and we'll continue on with our next delegation, Alexander Coleman. As with other delegations, if you could identify yourself, who you represent, you have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Thank you very much.
Your Worship, Mayor Fougere, esteemed councillors. My name is Alexander Coleman, and I live in Regina, here with my wonderful wife and 3 kids. I work in Regina, and I also currently run the first Christian online radio station in Regina, hallelujahradio.ca. I am here to register my concern and petition against the proposed strip club. I am speaking on behalf of myself and my family and 891 signatures that were collected within 15 days of putting a petition online against the strip club. I previously submitted 500 signatures when I sent in my document, and since then, since the 22nd, we've got almost 391 signatures more. So I think that you can bear that there is going to be support if we have to go all the way to the legislature. If this happens in 15 days, there's a lot more to come. I love Regina. I love Regina. I love Regina. This is the slogan of Regina, right? What does this statement mean to you? From the City of Regina website, the definition is I love Regina is not just a slogan, but an emotion that drives all Reginians. Is that right? It represents the heart citizens wear on their sleeves every day. Sleeves rolled up in a constant and collective effort to make Regina the best it can be. This is from the City of Regina website. I immigrated to Canada 5 years ago, and I found a job in Regina and fell in love with the town. A town of 225,000 people who were friendly, caring, and loving. I have lived in the UK and the US. I'm originally from Ghana previously, so I have a lot to compare with. There is something special in Regina, which I think sometimes residents may take for granted, but having immigrated here, I can see that it's really a different place. So then I saw the slogan, I love Regina, and I knew I was in the right place. So what is the definition of love? We show love in different ways, and I've seen it demonstrated in several forms. One of the definitions of love is this. Love is a variety of different feelings, states, and attitudes that ranges from interpersonal affection to pleasure. It can refer to an emotion of a strong attraction and personal attachment. It can also be a virtue representing human kindness, compassion, and affection. In quotes, the unselfish love and benevolent concern for the good of another. So I would like to focus on the last sentence, the unselfish love and benevolent concern for the good of another. Can we pause for a minute and ask the question? By allowing a strip club in Regina, how are we showing love for each other? How are we showing concern for each other? Does having a strip club show concern for each other, especially women who want their grandmother, mother, or daughter to work in a strip club? How does this relate to our slogan, I love Regina? What is our vision for Regina? A place where our kids can grow up knowing that our parents took a stance in protecting them from immoral activities. A place where family, friendship, finances, faith, and love has been nurtured and protected by the leaders or just left to slide. Or that when their parents had a chance, the parents did not take a stance for their convictions. I received a response from the mayor to my email concerning this proposal. And thank you very much, Honorable Mayor. I really appreciated the response. It stated that the city gives approval on land use. Well, in this case, the city can say no to the use of Regina land for a strip club. I know that the provincial government changed the legislation, but as a city, we can still say no. And again, I say no if we know it's not right for our vision of Regina.
Mr. Coleman, you have 30 seconds.
Yes, thank you, sir. I urge the Honorable Mayor and Councillors to take a bold stance for the city of Regina. It is said that managers light a fire under people, leaders light a fire in people. This is one of the times when leadership makes a difference. This is a decision that will make a mark in the history of Regina. As parents and leaders in Regina, we can make a difference. The time is now. Let's leave a legacy of standing for what is right and be proud of it. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Coleman, very much for your presentation. You may be asked a question to expand your comments further, but I had to stop at 5 minutes. Those are the rules. Questions from Council?
Is there anything you weren't able to say that you would like to add?
Thank you very much. I would just like to say that I know there's been talk about this dream for the Regina Revitalization Project and other developments, and I think that this should be seen in the same way, right? It's what's our dream for Regina, and where do we see this fitting into the dream for Regina, and what will be the legacy that we leave here for Regina. And this is a time when we can make a difference. And I know the question has been asked about, will we support this going forward? And I think that it's very clear that if we can have 891 signatures in 15 days, I think there's a lot more to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Price. And thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Very clear. Thank you very much. Our next delegation is Mackenzie Tippe, I think it is, and I'll be corrected if I'm wrong, I'm sure. Please come forward and state your name, who you represent. You have 5 minutes for your presentation as well.
Good evening, Honored Mayor, respected Council, City members. My name is Mackenzie Tippe. I am a resident of Ward 2, and I just want to express my great concern over the application before Council to develop the adult entertainment establishment at 1047 Park Street in Ward 6 in hopes to urge you to reconsider and to not allow this application to pass. While the proposed strip club may not violate any bylaws, I do have a deep concern for the effect that it would have on not just the women but also the men in our community. I trust that in considering such an application, you are already well aware of the statistics, as some of my colleagues have even brought up, the risks that are involved and the harm that establishments like this can cause. It doesn't require a lot of research to discover that these facilities are large contributing factors to degradation against women, violence against women, sexual exploitation of women, and it is a gateway into the world of human trafficking. I understand that many may say that comparing it to the world of human trafficking is a very severe comparison, but in actuality they do go hand in hand. And I fear that if we were to lower the integrity and the standards of our city, that we would be accepting that this would be a very real and very serious thing that we could be opening ourselves up to, this extreme of producing more human trafficking within our community. I petition to you as a young married woman in her 20s who personally feels threatened at the thought of Council going forward with this. I have been proud to call Regina home. I love it here. But as a concerned citizen and as a woman in the age demographic from where many of these women would be recruited to work in this business, I do have concerns about the well-being of the people of our community. How am I supposed to feel safe in a community where I feel like it would be potentially portrayed that the devaluing of women is okay, and that men can just bias for sexual entertainment? To approve this application would send a very dangerous message to the men and women in Regina here in our community. To the men of our community, it would encourage them to view women as objects, that it would encourage them to see us as commodity rather than human equals. I feel that to permit such a business would communicate that it's okay to view us as objects and that it's okay to view us as a mere form of entertainment. And I do think it would be foolish for us to assume that objectification would stop when they left the establishment. I feel like that would be something that would permeate and could affect a broader scope of our community having that mindset. I'm also concerned about the false message it would send to our young men about the quality of and respect in relationship and how to interact with women appropriately with respect and what a healthy relationship looks like. To the women of the community, what would we be communicating about dignity, about value, about self-worth, and about confidence? How are we empowering the women in our community if we're saying that it's okay for us to be these objects to men? I feel like as a woman and as a young woman that thought makes me feel, if that were promoted, that would make me feel more devalued, and I would feel almost insulted and degraded if that were how we would be looked at in a community. I personally do not want to raise my future daughter in a community where it is acceptable to view women as entertainment, and I also don't want to raise my future son to have a distorted view of women or to not know how to interact with them with respect or have misconstrued ideas of what that would look like in relating with women. We have a responsibility to pave the way for the next generations, and the decisions we make today do matter. Right now, Council has the opportunity to decide if this is something that should be allowed to take place in Regina, and I strongly urge you to deny the application for the Adult Entertainment Center to be built here in our city. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There may be questions from members of council. Looks like you made yourself perfectly clear. Thank you very much. Our last delegation tonight before we consider the report is Brian Gottfriedson. If you please come forward and identify yourself, who you represent. As with others, you have 5 minutes for your presentation, and there may be questions afterwards.
Thank you. My name is Brian Gottfriedson, and I am the applicant for the proposed adult entertainment license at 1047 Park Street. Good evening, Your Worship, and members of City Council. I would like to start with thanking the City of Regina Planning Department, as well as the City of Regina Planning Commission on their work in getting my application to City Council. I would also like to thank the City of Regina Council in giving me this opportunity to speak today. I look forward to starting a new chapter and hopefully what will be my new residence in the City of Regina. This is a legal business throughout North America, and I have a business plan in place to make this a safe and viable operation within the City of Regina. This will be the same type of business that has already been located at 1047 Park Street for the past 20 years, with the exception I would have more flexibility with the adult entertainment license. We're under provincial laws where no nudity is permitted. I have met with various levels of Regina Police Department to discuss any questions and concerns they may have. I have also an open policy and look forward to working with the Regina Police Department and Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming Commission. People of Regina don't support this business. They will not attend this venue and force me to adjust the business plan. In closing, I ask you give me the opportunity to prove that this business can be successful and provide a safe, comfortable atmosphere for both employees and customers.
Thank you very much for your presentation. There are questions of members of council. We'll start with Councillor Hinks.
Thank you for your presentation. Were you here for Mr. Leff's presentation, the retired police officer?
Correct.
How do you react to some of the things that he's experienced working in the police force with the drug trafficking and prostitution and all the other things he talked about?
That can happen in any kind of nightclub already. As long as you have proper management and due diligence to try and eliminate that the best as we possibly can.
Well, his experience is that that's not how strip clubs work. Like, do you give him no validation to what he's saying?
No, there is. I've seen stuff like that, and I've heard of it out in Ontario and even in the States. But once again, it all goes back to, as the management or owner, your views on how you feel, and you make it work for the best.
You're aware that his experience is in Saskatchewan,
Correct.
Not in Ontario, but in Saskatchewan, in Saskatoon.
I don't know what was going on in Saskatchewan previous. I never was involved with this industry when Saskatchewan had dancers before, or a strip club.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. So you said in your presentation that you've met with the Regina Police Service. So why would you meet with the police service if you weren't anticipating some illegal activity going on at this establishment?
It was more of an introduction coming into town. I'm not familiar with everything that's going on. I just want to get a feeling of where I'm at, what kind of problems I could interpret, and I want to be open with them. So if they do have any questions, they can come speak with me, and we can resolve these issues if they arise.
So do you think that other businesses meet with the police before they open? Is that something that you think would normally be done?
If it was a nightclub or a bar where there's going to be alcohol served, there are issues that can come up. And it's just, I'd rather be open with them in a quick introduction.
How long have you been in Regina?
I got in Saturday night.
Do you live here?
No, I do not.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bryce. Councillor O'Donnell.
Thanks. So let's talk a little bit about process, because I want to make sure that we're all clear. So at some point in time, the province of Saskatchewan allowed adult entertainment in a liquor establishment. You're aware of that?
Correct.
So when you applied for a permit to do so, you understood that that was a legal thing that you could do?
Sorry?
That was legal to do so, to operate a club with adult entertainment?
Correct.
So when you looked at this site that was there, you're aware that the city had a number of stipulations, distance from other things. Did you look into that, and did you find that, in fact, all of those had been met?
That's what I came up with, yes.
Okay. So the actual location of this club meets all the needs legally, and so hence why you're interested in that?
Yes.
When you were before Planning Commission, a number of questions were around your background and what you've operated before. So if you don't mind, I'll follow some of those along and go like this. One, do you currently operate a club where adult entertainment occurs?
It's a full-service hotel that does have a nightclub with adult entertainment.
And have you been in the service industry for a while?
Correct.
Thank you. Both in Manitoba and in Alberta?
Manitoba and Alberta. I grew up in a hotel. My parents owned a hotel, so I've been working in hotels, hospitality for 20-plus years.
Thanks. So when you look for a business plan for this operation, was it such that you may have adult entertainment 7 days a week, or it may be 3 days a week, or?
I would be looking at, the 5-7 days a week.
Okay, thanks. I'm going to be very specific about a couple of things that were said here, because there was lots of people talking about this industry. I'm going to give you a chance to respond to a couple of them in a very specific manner. One of the themes I heard often was about trafficking in women. Would you comment about that, please?
All the girls that we book will be coming through an agency, so they won't be traveling with a so-called pimp or anything like that. They do all have criminal record checks done. I will be making sure that all the girls that work there will have criminal record checks done as well. The agency that I'll be dealing with, there's one in Manitoba, there is one in Edmonton and Calgary, and they have both had their criminal checks done as well.
Thanks. Can you talk to me about safety for the ladies that are dancers? What would you look at as policy or the norm for looking after them, please?
Well, I'll make sure we have proper security. There will be video surveillance, and the responsible service of alcohol. We all know that if there is alcohol, sometimes people have the opportunity to make not the best of decisions, and that's where the responsible service of alcohol comes in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Donnell. Councillor Burnett?
Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Mr. Godfreyson, for appearing this evening. That you'd mentioned one of my questions was about your background experience in the industry, and I was just curious from. I think you've answered that question. But having been involved in this industry, what would your perception be in terms of a lot of the issues raised here? That there seems to be more of a concern of gang-related activities entering and getting into the scene, and with gang-related activities brings the drugs, the prostitution, the trafficking. That would you say, from your understanding and knowledge of the industry, is that more prevalent, or would you say there's more well-run, good operations?
I think there's more well-run organizations. Is there an opportunity? Yes, but that's where proper management within of an organization has to prevail.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Murray?
Thanks very much, Your Worship, and thanks very much for taking our questions. As you know, the site where this is located is at Ward 6, and that's an area that I represent for my community. My question is around the people behind you. Did you anticipate some pushback?
Like the commercial building behind me, or
the people behind you?
Oh, those people.
There are people in attendance. I guess I'm just curious. What was your expectation? I know you probably had a feeling that there might be some pushback. There might be some folks that are going to rally behind you, and they're all going to show up here. And what was your anticipation?
I knew there was going to be some pushback, but I've been reading everything online and I've been following it. There has been some polls done on the internet. CBC had a poll. And do you mind if I?
Please.
Good, bad. It had to happen. There was a 20% vote. Opposed, 38%. Good, 41%, and there was a total of 492 votes. The Regina Leader Post, they had a poll, yes or no, and it was 55% in favor of it, as well as 44 against, and they had 1,200, just over 1,200 votes. So I knew there was going to be people that were going to stand up and oppose it, but judging by the polls that I was seeing, I do feel there is a strong support for it.
So you're aware then through this evening and listening to many of these folks that they brought up petitions, I think we're up in the thousands of names that were on here. Were you anticipating that kind of a pushback, that thousands and thousands of people would put their name onto something saying that they didn't feel this was necessary?
I knew there was going to be some pushback. Was it thousands and thousands? No. But I'm sure if I would have put a petition together, it could have been the same way, and that much in favor.
Excellent. If this doesn't happen this evening, what would be your course of action?
I don't know. I guess I would have to sit down and think about where I'm at and reevaluate the whole scenario.
Excellent. Thank you very much for taking my questions. Thanks, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Young.
Thank you for your presentation. I just have a few small questions. What would be the hours of operation for your business?
It wouldn't be till 5 p.m. till 2 a.m.
Okay.
And that's by the planning committee.
Okay. Have you spoken to the people who own businesses in that mall, that area where your
I have spoken to some, yes.
Okay. Are you aware that the liquidation warehouse where families come is open until 8 in the evening?
No, I wasn't.
On some nights? Yeah. Which might affect parking, and it would also be bringing families into the area when you're open. I'm just giving you that information. And the other thing I wanted to ask you about, how do you refer to the entertainers that work in your club?
Exotic dancers.
Okay. Do you call them girls or women or?
Yes, they're women.
They're women. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Young. Councilor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. Mr. Godfredson, I'm interested in sorting out the corporate structure here. Who do you work for?
Currently, right now,
Yes.
I work for a gentleman by the name of Clarence Shields.
And is it Mr. Shields that's running this operation? Who's
This operation will be me, and I have another partner who is a member, lives in Regina, and he'll be 10% partner.
And who's that?
Carmen Hebert.
And who owns the building that what is it, 1047 Park Street?
His name is Dwayne. I don't know what his last name is offhand.
You don't know his last name, and he's going to be the landlord?
I haven't gone in, yes. I don't know what his last name is.
And Mr. Shields, what kind of businesses does he run?
Restaurants, bars, hotels.
Other strip clubs?
Just the one.
In Edmonton?
Yeah, in Nisku, yes.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilor Hawkins. Other questions? I have a couple, and I just want to be clear. You've sort of answered the question before, but I'm interested in the business plan. And because of your comments in the media of not being clear as to how much dancing would be there or how much would be happening there, you talk about more flexibility in your comments as well. What exactly would a typical day look like, or a typical week look like in terms of what happens in your establishment if it is approved?
Well, at first, my thoughts were it was going to be as a nightclub where I would have the flexibility to provide the wet clothing contest as well as dancers. And I would see how that went. But as looking at the polls and seeing a lot of the feedback that I have seen on social media, I've come to the conclusion that there is sufficient demand for the exotic entertainment or the adult entertainment. So it would be open at 5 o'clock, and we would be running shows, whether they're male or female.
So I asked the question because I had thought or understood a possibility of bands playing there as an example sometimes, not just
that would be a thought, yes.
Okay, but for your perspective, I think you've answered my question. You've decided already, given what you think is the demand, you want to have dancing all the time. It's the principal activity.
Correct.
That's good. If this is approved, Council, when would you anticipate opening your doors?
Probably mid-March.
Okay, good. Thank you very much. If there's no other questions, you can return to the gallery, and we will now consider our report before us. Councillor O'Donnell? Oh, sorry, excuse me, before you do, just for a moment. Look at my agenda. We have 3 communications and a petition from 3 petitions
I'll
from the
move
Lutheran
those.
Church.
I'll move those petitions.
Thank you. And seconder, please.
I'll second that, Your Worship.
Okay, on the receipt and file of those, all those in favor? Opposed? Carried. I'm just wondering if you'd like to take a 5-minute break. I would, and allow ourselves to reorganize ourselves, and if you wouldn't mind that, a mover.
I'll move that 10-minute recess, Your Worship.
10 minutes. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We'll come back here at, by my watch, 25 after. If I could ask everyone to please take your seats, we're now going to proceed with our report. So we'll now proceed with report 15-10, which is the discretionary use application for a proposed adult entertainment establishment. Councillor Donald.
Thanks very much. On behalf of Planning Commission, the application for a discretionary use. I emphasize the word discretionary use. Proposed adult entertainment establishment at 1047 Park Street. There are some recommendations that are attached to this, that the discretionary use application for proposed adult entertainment establishment located at 1047 Park Street be approved, and that the development permit be issued, so there are changes to the inside of the building, with conditions. The development be consistent with the plans, and that a formal agreement for the shared use of parking on the subject property shall be executed between the city and the owner of the subject property lot, that established perpetual on-site shared parking arrangements on site, which shall be registered on title, and the development shall comply with the applicable standards and regulations. I'm going to just elaborate a little bit on this.
If I get seconder, please.
Yes, if I could have a seconder.
Seconder for the motion. Councillor Hinks.
Thanks. So I want to make sure that people understand a little bit about process, and I did ask some questions earlier on, and I was very pleased with the number of delegations that seem to understand why we're here and what got us here. But I want to speak from Planning Commission's point of view first and what Planning Commission is. At Planning Commission, they considered land use, because that is what the application is about. The provincial regulations did change and go into effect effective January 1st, 2014. That meant that readings for this occurred in 2013, to answer a comment that was made before. And it allows alcohol in the establishments where adult entertainment occurs. 1047 Park Street has been a nightclub for a long time. In our report, it states that it was called the Whiskey Saloon since 1992. Now, I've never been there, but it seems to me that it's been a nightclub even longer than that. Zoning bylaw 9250 requires that an adult entertainment establishment, this is a Regina City bylaw, be at least 600 feet away from many specific land uses. Now, you've heard me say the word land uses many times. These land uses include a school, daycare, a rec facility, religious institution, or a park as example. The address meets all of those criteria. Parking, because you heard me say in one of the recommendations that parking has a regulation or a stipulation to it. Although insufficient number of stalls based upon the normal calculation used, there is a clear distinction between daytime and nighttime use. So one of the requirements is a shared use agreement. That is, some establishments on or near this property operate daytime hours, and this one clearly is talking about nighttime hours. So as we have done in other times, we have shared parking arrangements that would then meet the criteria. Now, the Planning Commission is made up of 11 members, of who 8 of them are citizen appointments, and they are to consider land use. It is not their job to consider other values within the community. That's what this is for, and that's why it should be before council. I want to make that clear. So at this point in time, the proponent who wants to have the club has followed all of the requirements that we as a city would require and has met the provincial regulations. If I could, before I sit down, I want to make one other comment. We have, as a council, filled the auditorium on a few occasions. Many of those occasions have not been very respectful. All of you came prepared. All of you were highly respectful and very thoughtful in your approach. I want to thank you for that. So now I'm going to turn this over to the mayor, and I will save my comments, my personal comments, to close debate.
Thank you, Councillor Dowd. You're limited to 3 minutes on your closing. You know that. So, okay. So we have speakers listed. The first is Councillor Bryce, then Councillor Hinks, and Councillor Young. Councillor Bryce.
Thank you. Just put my glasses on so I don't miss anything. I want to respond to the quote that was brought up. William Wilberforce. Good men and good women did do a lot here tonight, and I just want to let you know that. So thank you all for being here tonight and letting council know how you feel about this important subject matter. As well as all the rationale that's been brought to us tonight and the weeks leading up to this meeting, I have a few more thoughts to add, and I'll try not to repeat anything that's already been said. I feel that this is not an establishment that fits into our community. I feel that we don't have enough police officers on our force to protect all the workers who choose or are forced to work in places like this, nor should we, the taxpayers of Regina, have to pay for extra policing. Health and safety is a big concern for me. STDs, assaults, depression, drug abuse, addictions, I could go on, but I'll stop there. The degradation of employees is relevant here tonight. It really brought it to light when the last delegation was up there and somebody asked where the workers were coming from. And he responded, I get my girls from an agency. Not I hire my employees from a recruitment agency. I get my girls from an agency. So that just tells you how they're thought of, and I didn't really appreciate that. I'd like to take a minute to reflect on our vision for Regina's council vision, the vision of our city. And I'm just going to read a couple of excerpts from it. We live the values of respect and trust. That says it right in our vision. Empathy, understanding come from and lead to being safe in our homes and neighborhoods. We are elected to represent the residents of Regina. We have heard from many of them about this subject. Let's listen to those people, vote no to this. That's what the people of Regina want. That's why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Price. Councillor Hinks.
First of all, I too would like to thank the delegations and everybody in the crowd for being so respectful in here. I know it's hard when you have so much passion for an issue to be respectful, but you've been great tonight, and thank you very much for that. I just want to say I've never received as many calls by my own constituents on any other issue. And I only had one call in favor, and it was from a friend of mine who's sitting in a bar right now, and he called me here just now, and he's sitting with the boys and discussing it right now. But I will not be supporting this just from the input I've had from my constituents, and I would also like to thank the people who took the time to call or email me with their feelings about this issue. I do want to tell the people who are here and the delegations that if this is voted down tonight, your fight has just begun. You know, you're going to have to get it together and take it to a higher level, because or that strip club, even though we turn it down here tonight, will be there. So it's important that you lobby your MLAs and provincial government. You need to get the provincial government to change the law, or even if we vote this down, like I say, the strip club will be there with higher powers that they will go to. So, anyways, thank you for everything tonight. It was good to see all the input and some great presentations, and thanks again.
Thank you, Councillor Hinks. I'll move on to Councillor Young.
Thank you, Your Worship. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Becky for recognizing the complexity of the issue we have before us tonight. And I'd like to share four areas that influenced my thinking and how I'm going to vote this evening. The first are the legal changes, both at the federal and at the provincial level. The first being the Supreme Court ruling, which is going to make changes to the criminal code, and those are unknown right now. Saskatoon does license adult workers, and because of that Supreme Court ruling, they have frozen those licenses. So we need to wait to see what that's going to say. The second is the provincial, which is the Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming Authority, where this change took place. And if you read their regulations, they talk about age and they talk about the facilities, and gaming employees have to be registered. So they have added stripping and strip clubs to this, and they have no regulations about those workers in their regulations. The second area is discretionary criteria for council to consider when they make discretionary decisions. Chapter 18C.5.5 of the zoning bylaw has land use factors, but it also has two other factors that I'd like to bring forward for this issue. One is the potential adverse impact on adjacent property. And there is vacant property to be built on right next to this club. And Mr. Nestman very eloquently talked about how he would like to be able to build this club. And according to our bylaws now, that club would not be able to be built, that recreational facility would not be able to be built next to a club of that nature. So it's restricting the owner's use of, or sale of that piece of property or the development of that property. The second factor is the character of the neighborhood. There's a long history of the bars that have been there, and neighbors who live far away and should be far enough away to not be affected by this, by the businesses that have been in that building, have called me and said that they can hear the noise late at night. The third area is monitoring and regulations. Monitoring and regulating adult entertainment of any kind can involve many agencies that are charged with the health and safety of both the workers and those of us who live in the community. And each of the agencies has their own codes, bylaws, and regulations. Collaboration among some of these agencies does occur now in enforcing some of our bylaws. So I think that it would be something to think about, looking at collaboration among all these agencies that might be affected in regulating adult entertainment, so that they can determine the tools or the regulations that are needed for overall safety and health of those who work in the entertainment, as well as for those of us who live in the community. And as the city reviews its bylaws in the next year, it's an opportunity to ensure that the bylaw tools and regulations are in place. And then the fourth is the public concern about this form of adult entertainment. I have to tell you that I was more than impressed by all of the people who spoke this evening. You were eloquent, you were informed, and you were powerful. Violence against women in Saskatchewan is well known. High rates of sexual assault. And if you go into the City Hall area, you will see the hangings of the faceless dolls display that was done by students who live in our city. And it's to bring forward the missing and murdered Aboriginal women that have been either murdered or missing. And if you have a chance to look at that, it touches your heart. So, Mr. Ellergott, I hope I said that correctly, used the term the heartbeat. So I think this evening we have heard the heartbeat of Regina, and I thank you for coming. So I'm going to vote no because of the uncertainty of the legalities. I'm going to vote no because of the negative aspects of those two criteria that I brought forward. And I'd like to see collaboration among agencies to make sure the proper tools and regulations are in place. And lastly, hearing you and hearing your concerns and all the data and information that you brought forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Young. Well said. Councillor Burnett.
Thank you, Your Worship. And first of all, I'd like to just echo the compliments from the other councillors that I'm a new councillor and been here for a couple of years, and I've never seen a number of delegations that have been most respectful and kind of understanding of the challenges we have. And I like to remind people a lot of times that we too are fathers and grandfathers and residents and neighbors and friends, and I know my reason for being here is just to try to make Regina a better place, and sometimes you get these issues which are very challenging, but I do appreciate. I know when the file first came across my desk, I tried to take a very logical approach and look at it as a planning and development application that really focused on zoning. And as Councillor O'Donnell clearly pointed out, there's kind of a checklist of what an application may need to do in terms of meeting that requirement. And when I went through, certainly things like traffic and parking, et cetera, are all important. But I think the point that was made by many delegates here this evening, that good leadership and responsible leadership goes way beyond just checking off the dozen boxes. And I know that I also talked with other folks. A lot of individuals say, well, why is it council's issue that this is kind of a civil rights issue that let me make my decision of I want to go to a strip club, that's my choice. It shouldn't be government's choice. But I guess to me, if there was a strong view on that issue, there would have been representation here tonight. So I kind of write that off as even that group was kind of indifferent on this particular file. And I know talking with people from the business community, many of them said, hey, you're kind of creeping into a bit of free market, that if business wants to establish itself and meets all the zoning bylaws, let it operate. If the community doesn't want this business, the citizens can choose and decide. But again, there's no representation here this evening that sort of strongly says that's a major concern or issue. But I must confess that listening to the compassion and caring and understanding of the arguments here tonight, that I think you people certainly have caught my attention and certainly have gained my respect. And I think what I will do in showing that respect is by voting no to this application this evening. And I think that the option of deferral is only sort of sidestepping the issue. And I don't want to just offload this down to individual citizens and the police to handle all the issues that the federal government seemed to, get around it. The provincial government's kind of sidetracked, and it's now on our desk. But I'm quite willing to say no, and let's see where that goes. So thank you very much for everyone taking your time and actually participating in the democratic process. It's been a little bit frustrating as a new councillor on many big issues where nobody even phones. And so it is refreshing to actually get citizens that care about our city. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burnett. Councillor Fundura.
Thank you, Your Worship. There is courage in good leadership. And I was asked many times when I was discussing this business with citizens, we must show courage. And I believe that's what really drives, excuse me, that really drives what I believe in. So because without courage, you don't have leadership. And if you look at just the moral values of what our community is all about and society and all that, you can lose yourself in law. So I stand here to say I am not voting for this establishment, and my vote is definite no. And I've been standing on that from the very beginning. And not just alone on the encouragement of citizens, but I really enjoyed the debate and the phone calls and emails from citizens that really brought me really closer to my community that I represent. It really showed me that as a leadership, but my leadership is because I listen to the citizens. And sometimes these decisions are very hard to be made, but you made it easy. I understand there's the laws, and we have to abide by those. But another one, too, I looked at, and I went through that area, and I visited, and I sat in my truck and looking who's visiting that mall and that business in the area. And I see liquidation world, and I see citizens with young children going back and forth for hours to this store. I'm thinking, I don't know that if I want to see a billboard with something that we trying to teach I taught my young man to respect. And I remember, I'll give you a story. We walk into the mall, and my son stopped, and he opened the door for a lady. And she stopped and looked, didn't say anything, went to the next door, he opened the door, let her through. So what I'm thinking is that this is very odd, that the young man would stop and open a door for a lady to go through. So what told me that is we're missing some of these values that we've had from what we were taught and being taught by our parents to respect. Yes, there are Christian values, but there are human values too. So we need to show we need to show courage, and I think I'm showing courage today, that I'm standing up for the value for the neighborhood, for community, for what we stand for. And I mean, look at our city. It says harmony. It's inclusive community. When you raise your family, that's where we want to be. I want to be recognized that it's a small community, and I like it that way. And another thing too, family fabric. It's already been eroded, and it's already individuals and families have a very tough time to teach our children, teach our young men and women to be respectful, and find a good job, educate, and live the life you're supposed to. And that's what the small city does. Big cities of millions of people, individuals lose themselves. So, ladies and gentlemen, without going too far, it really taught me a lesson. The amount of I've never seen this kind of passion, emails and phone calls, and stating names and phone numbers to call you back. So I thank you for that. You taught me a great deal of what I need to do. And to stand here is not easy. I've always had a very difficult time. I'm always sweating, and I've got different things going on to me. But you know what? I'm human, and I need to be recognized for that. So I understand there's laws and all the other things, but my word is no. So, ladies and gentlemen, and worship, thank you for your time. And
thank you, Councilor Fundura. Councilor Murray?
Thanks very much, Your Worship. I don't think I've ever been prouder to be a member of a municipal government. I've never been a part of any other government, but I've only been a part of this government. But the fact that we're so close to the citizens that we represent, and that's shown here tonight. Many of you telephone me, and you know very well if you dial that number, it will ring, and it always does, and I always answer it. If I don't, I return the call very quickly, as do all of my colleagues here. That's responsible government, who listens to the people, who does what they say. Early on, Your Worship, I suggested I may not vote, but I would hold that till the moment you asked the question, because I was waiting for a compelling reason to choose the direction I want to go. I anticipated that there would be a wide variety of people here. There really isn't. There's a group of concerned people who want to see the very best for our community, who would like to give us advice on how we should vote. That's what we've heard here tonight. There's a whole lot of stuff on social media talking about, what about all those other people that really want this? Your Worship, where are they? They didn't take the time to come down here and sit for several hours. No, they didn't. They didn't put a submission in. Nobody sent an email to me saying, hey, I want this. Nobody even phoned me, save one person, the proponent. I appreciate that. I appreciate taking the time to call me. You're the lone person who asked for me to support. Your Worship, I question, will this decision make Regina a destination place? Will this make us a better place? Will it improve the quality of life for all of our residents? Will this decision be one that I'll be proud to put on my council resume of things I accomplished? Your Worship, does this decision fit into our vision? Canada's most vibrant, sustainable, inclusive community where people live in harmony and thrive on opportunity. I suggest it doesn't. Your Worship, I will not be supporting this evening. I believe that we are truly blessed in this province for a number of reasons. We've got great governance, we've got great people, we've got tremendous opportunities. Oil prices are down, great. We'll have to deal with that. Potash, uranium, diamonds, gold, and people. These people are asking us to make a decision. Your Worship, I plan to listen to these people. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Murray. Councilor Hawkins, thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Worship. I, too, want to thank the delegations for their eloquence. I can rarely remember a time in which I've been with a group of people listening and hearing such an eloquent group of submissions. And I want to single out in the delegations, the audience today, the young adults, the young men and women. It's really remarkable. It's in my brief time as council, I have not seen this many young men and women come forward. I want you to know that I appreciated every word that you had to say, and the council listened hard, and we hope that this is an introduction for you into civic affairs. I want to start by saying that different parts of the city have a different role to play in this. So it's the job of the administration to take the application and look at the technical aspects of it. What's in the neighborhood? How far is this from that, and so on. And then it's the job of the Planning Commission to ask itself, as Councillor O'Donnell has so clearly stated, to ask itself, does this application meet the minimum zoning standards? And the answer to that was yes. But that does not mean that the application is legal. The application is only legal when the most important step has been completed. That step is going on right here, right now, and that is the step that the law imposes on council. It gives council a discretion in this matter. And it gives council that discretion because council is your voice, is the voice of the community. Council can best articulate how community zoning standards should work in Regina. And that's our job here tonight. And like every discretion in law, we can't do anything we want. If we did that, we would be arbitrary. But we don't live in that kind of society. So the law, as Councillor Young, Councillor Bryce pointed out, bounds our discretion with certain considerations. We have to think of what's relevant in exercising our discretion. Let me give you 4. 1, adjacent property. 2, character of the neighborhood. In other words, is this strip club going to be a consistent use with the rest of the neighborhood? And then finally, other matters affecting public health and public safety. Because I know the courts want council in exercising its discretion to be reasonable, let me say just a few words about why I think the exercise of our discretion, reasonably done, demands that we reject this application. With respect to impact on adjacent property and character of the neighborhood, well, the minimum standard for a strip club from everything else is about 600 feet. I took a ride out this afternoon to look at the area. And it's true that within 600 feet, you don't have a school, but as I believe Councillor Finduras pointed out, you've got a small shopping center. And I saw a couple of kids go in and out of that shopping center across the street, across the lane really, while I was there. Even more importantly than that, you have within 0.2 of a mile a whole small subdivision with a park in it. I think it's Rothwell Park. And that subdivision is 0.2 of a mile if you go south down Park and take a left, but if you cut across the field and over the tracks, it's even less. Somebody mentioned you could hear noise coming from the current establishments. Well, I can tell you because I stood there, you can see the sign where this strip club proposes to take place. I don't think that's consistent with the neighborhood, and I was very interested by the gentleman's submission that they were looking at the Kinsmen were looking at building a gymnasium there. A strip club would make that impossible. That means the strip club is inconsistent. And finally, on these public health and public safety, I'm not going to repeat what Councillor Bryce and Councillor Young so eloquently said on those points. I do want to say this, though. We don't have sufficient regulations in place now to deal with public health and public safety to warrant us approving a strip club. We also, as has been pointed out, would increase our policing costs and all of the other administrative costs exponentially, which means that policing and health and safety and worker regulations elsewhere in the city would suffer. That's enough to say that this application is, that it is reasonable to refuse this application. But Mayor, I want to make just one other brief point. I asked the question, who owns the building? And the gentleman proponent of the strip club said, I don't know. How many of you who have landlords don't know who your landlord is? How many people who purport to start a business in the middle of March have no idea who the landlord is? I worry about who the landlord is. I heard from the former police officer that gangs are sometimes involved in this. And I don't know who the landlord is. I'm not going to approve a strip club application when that's all the evidence is before me. So on the basis of what I've heard tonight from the delegations, on the basis of my own personal view of the property, I say that this strip club application should not be supported, and I am very confident based on my 37 years studying and practicing and teaching administrative law, that a court will respect the decision of this council if it exercises its discretion to deny this application. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hawkins. Councillor Fraser.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'd first like to say thank you to everyone who's been engaged through this process, whether it's contacting your councillor or especially you brave souls that have stayed so late tonight. One of the big challenges in all issues with municipal politics is trying to engage people, and it's really nice to see so many people engaged in this important issue. So no matter where you stand on the issue, thank you so much for paying attention and being involved. I'd also like to say that I think this is a free vote. You know, it's come up tonight a couple times. What's sort of the legal obligation if there's not a zoning concern? Is council able to use their discretion? I actually do believe that this is a discretionary use application. We're elected people, and I do think that it is a free vote tonight, that we were able to vote yes or no, and that's really what the purpose of our mechanism is here. So I'd like to share my own thoughts on this application, both as a citizen and as a councillor. I'd first like to say that I don't really pass judgment on those who would decide to spend their money at an institution like this. I know other people do, and that's fine. But for me personally, at some point, my neighbor's business is his business. But what I really am concerned about, both as a citizen and as a councillor, is the the issues that might marginalize people that would be involved in an industry like this. So what I'd like to talk about is the challenge of prohibition in politics. As I mentioned, I do think that council has the legal ability to vote for or against this. I also think that this application actually is legal. The laws we have in place right now, it's pretty clear to me that this is a legal application. So what happens when we prohibit something in politics? I think oftentimes this approach serves those of us who are least involved with this industry, or whatever the vice industry at hand. It serves those of us who are least involved. I'm not sure that it goes a long way to serve those people who are most directly affected, in this case, people that work in that industry. So let's say that council votes no tonight. Judging by the balance of opinions I've heard in the last couple weeks, I think there would be lots of accolades for council, absolutely. Somebody might even throw a party. I would say that a lot of people here and across the city would go to bed tonight thinking, great, we've done a good job. There's no strippers in Regina. The challenge with that is there actually is strippers in Regina. It was mentioned that there used to be a strip club here, but that's not here any longer. But if you go today on the internet, type in Regina strippers, there's lots of strippers that come up. I brought an artifact with me. I stole it from the Regina Civic Museum. I'm joking, I stole it from my other job. This is a Regina phone book. For those of you who are under 20 years old, this is what people used to have to use before cell phones came out. There's lots of strippers listed in this phone book, strippers and beyond, escorts and on and on and on. It's no secret, or it shouldn't be a secret, that this industry exists. We're not the gatekeepers to this happening in Regina. If we vote yes, it's going to happen. Regina's going to turn into Las Vegas or something, and if we vote no, Regina's going to not. It actually is happening. So this is really my big challenge, what's been on my mind for the last couple weeks, is let's say someone who's involved in the industry right now were to be hired to go to a party and to strip. And let's say they got beat up, or let's say they got ripped off, or something even worse. What would their recourse be? Well, of course, they're governed by their criminal code, right? All of us in Canada are governed by the criminal code. But what we know is those least enfranchised are least able to access the criminal code. Especially, we heard tonight from several presenters about those who are being trafficked. So you can imagine if someone who's being trafficked had some incidents, there would really be, it's very unlikely that they would engage with the criminal justice system. What would their recourse be through the city? Well, as it stands right now, our answer would be, if somebody came to the city and said something bad has happened, our answer would be, we're really sorry, but you don't exist. Like, as far as we know, you don't exist. To me, that's really a challenge, you know. So in my mind, I'm not sure, I'm only one voice on council, but in my mind, what's really the most effective way for the city to deal with an issue like this is to acknowledge that this trade exists and to regulate it. So what do we have in place right now for regulation? There's only one angle we have, and that's zoning. This application actually abides by that bylaw, I think. What don't we have in place? That's licensing. This is a new ground for Saskatchewan, new ground for Regina, and we don't have licensing in place. We do for other industries. If you want to open a childcare, there's a licensing process. If you want to have a taxi, there's a licensing process. If you want to open a strip club, there's a zoning process. But as far as the city's concerned, we don't really have a mechanism to regulate you. It's the same as somebody opening up a Subway restaurant. You know, I mean, in this case, it's a bar, so there's provincial legislation, but we don't have anything, a mechanism on the books at a civic level to enforce that. So that's a problem for me. I think that this is actually timely because this is a new issue in Regina, in Saskatchewan. It's not a new issue in Canada. There's strip clubs I'm not sure if it's every province, but I think for sure most provinces have strip clubs. In Regina, a few things have changed. The provincial law has changed, as we know, last year around alcohol and strip clubs. The federal law is being reinterpreted through recent Supreme Court decisions, and I think that this is something new in Regina, and we need to get it right. I think that means figuring out what is going to work for our zoning bylaw and also trying to understand how licensing might work. Now, here's the challenge, is that this application, the punishment for not being proactive is having to be reactive. I think this application today actually is a legal application. My suggestion to council would be that if we don't like the bylaw, instead of just ignoring the bylaw, let's change the bylaw. That's not tonight's question. That's not tonight's question. The mayor's made it very clear that there is a process in place for that. But as for this application here before us tonight, I think it is a legal application, and the city would be better served for us to enforce our own bylaws, and if we don't like the bylaws, change the bylaws. So I know it's not probably a popular stance, but I will likely support this application tonight because it's legal. I would also like to see us have stronger zoning bylaws, because right now this one, there's lots of problems about it, and also to look at a licensing system here for Regina for people that are involved in the industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Councillor Madure, can you take the chair, please?
Your Worship.
Thank you very much. I am going to join everyone else's comments to thank the delegation. It is rare to see the passion, for sure, but the knowledge and understanding. And there's a nuance here of, and we've just spoken before about that it is legal to apply for this. And all understand that and ask another greater picture to be looked at before a decision has been made. So I appreciate you understanding and knowing this and being patient and extremely articulate. I join Councillor Hawkins in saying, particularly the younger delegations who were extremely articulate and well-spoken. So, again, I'm going to repeat a bit of what's been said here just very quickly. The application is legal. We are following provincial government regulation change. We all know that. We've said that before. That's what got us to where we are today. That's what got it to Planning Commission. Their decision is the right decision because they look at the narrow application of provincial legislation, the Plan Development Act, and our bylaws. And I think the gallery understands that. Mr. Chair, they all understand that, and that's a good thing. But that is not the end of the story. The role of council is to receive that information, make sure that it does, in fact, by our estimation, meet the regulatory requirements as set out in the acts and in our bylaws. That's been done. There's another role to play. It is to look at and talk about the discretion that we have as a council. Councillor Hawkins mentioned this. Councillor Young mentioned this in particular, and Councillor Bryce as well. We have discretion that's under the law, and no law is absolute. I'm not a lawyer, but I certainly would take Mr. Becky's comments quite to heart, that all laws are not absolute, that when they begin to rub against each other, there is a compromise that happens. So from my perspective, it is rare for me to see 210 people phone me and call me, send emails to my office, just to my office alone. I understand there's several hundred more through the administration, through our central calling agency. The thousands of people who have signed these petitions, I have not seen them all, but I'm going to take them at face value. One is over 1,000 people. So let's be clear. The public interest is what we are here for. We are the most democratic, open government, level of government there is in Canada. Nowhere else can you have the public come in and directly have an impact on a decision. You won't see it at Parliament, for sure. You won't see it at the legislature. They have other ways to gauge public consent and their input. This is the most direct, literally in-your-face comments. Some very, very intelligent comments to be made. I am not going to support the application. For me, my discretion I'll look at, and these are points made that we have the right to have discretion on. We have the right under our bylaw to have discretion on. And that is, as been stated before, it is public safety, public health. Nothing that I've seen tonight convinces me that this is a safe environment. Nothing. There's no regulations to it. Maybe in the future that will happen. There is a bylaw review that's taking place in a much broader scope, so for Councillor Fraser, those questions can be answered in a more comprehensive, fulsome way. The adjacent properties, we've heard that before. There's a problem there as well. We have an obligation to listen to that. The neighborhood character, members of council talked about that as well. We have an obligation to listen to that and weigh that as part of our discretion. And finally, as I've said before, we have an obligation to listen to residents. I think we've done that. I'm not going to support the application. I know that residents don't want this. If people were supporting of this, I would have had a lot more than one letter of support. One letter of support. And that was a conditional letter. One letter of support. So for me, Mr. Chair, I'm going to vote against this for those reasons. Now I know that under the Planning and Development Act, we have some business to take care of tonight. And we're going to do a bit of a change here. What we usually do, because we must say in the negative and why we are going to vote against this. And it seems to me we have a majority here. So Councillor O'Donnell is going to take the chair in a moment, and he'll move us through that process. So we must be very clear on why we're saying no. And I would suggest mine is not the full list, but the list I want to make sure are there is public health and public safety, the impact on adjacent properties, the character of the neighborhood. Parking is an issue as well. Those ones I like to see in there, Mr. Chair. I want to be very clear here. This council listens to its residents. We have the larger scope in mind. We will be voting in just a few moments, but I think it's pretty clear the direction it's going to take. Mr. Chair, I will now support the application. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship.
Councillor O'Donnell to close debate.
Thanks very much. I'll pick up on the comments that the mayor made at the end, and my responsibility in terms of bringing this motion forward is to relook at the motion. So I'd like to remove the motion that is on the floor and ask the seconder to agree to that, and I would like to put a new motion on the floor.
Seconder, Councillor, you agree to remove that? Okay, good.
Thanks. So the motion I'd like to put forward will be to deny the application. I'm going to provide a number of reasons, and I'm going to do this, I hope, with some understanding that, with some understanding that I've tried to characterize the discussion that I've heard tonight, but also put it into notions that fall within the land use. So bear with me, and I certainly ask the clerk to keep up or help or write or something. So I want to provide a number of reasons why the denial would be on the floor. The first one is legal uncertainty, and this specifically refers to changes with the federal government and also with Saskatchewan Liquor and Gaming and the lack of regulations for workers. Second point, and I'm going to go slow because I'm looking for a nod when maybe one or even two people are with me. Are you okay? Good. The second one is regarding discretionary decision. There may be an adverse impact on both the adjacent property and the adjacent land, affecting the overall neighborhood. Third one. Concern in regards to public health and public safety as expressed by the public.
Councillor O'Donnell, on that point, that does, other members of council have spoken, this is being part, there's no regulation of that as part of public health and safety, and that should be, I think, part of this.
That would be, I'm okay to have the words corrected. I'm trying to capture the notion. Yep. We'll maybe come back to that one if you don't mind. Okay. Insufficient parking for the development at hand. the last one that I will bring forward would be a lack of collaboration among many agencies to ensure worker safety. And any bylaw to ensure that.
A seconder for that, please. Councillor Young.
So I'll just add a couple comments if I could. I'm going to tell you, after 8 years on council, this has been my most difficult evening. And I mean that sincerely. If you want to talk about stadiums and P3s, honestly, I didn't find that difficult. There's a fellow that's in the audience, and I'm going to address him this way. He'll recall that at one time I had 6,000 students in my care. And I used to meet with all the coaches and the principals and all these people ahead of time, and we set the agenda so that this is how we could do things. And then when that season started, no matter what sport it was, there was a time, because I was the one in charge, I had to suspend a coach, or I had to suspend an athlete, or I had to go in and affect a game and a decision. And I found that to be real easy because the rules were there. What I found difficult in this last while is because I don't remember at the beginning when I decided to run for public office that I would be in charge of some of the moral values of the community. Having said that, and as all of you have repeated often, I have never had so many sincere, kind, considerate people ask me to support a particular venture. And all of you excluded, because I heard from many, more than any other topic, more than a stadium, more than potholes, more than winter road maintenance. And I'm affected by a number of things, but one of them that matters to me more than anything, I'm not a machine guy, I can't fix a car, I'm not very good at lots of mechanical things, but people matter. And all I ever heard tonight, and from all these other people, was about the value of human dignity. And that's why I put this before you.
Thank you, Councillor Dowell. Before I call the vote, I'm going to ask that the clerk, if he has any, he or she, the deputy clerk, have any questions on what was written. And before I ask a response, I want to ask all members of council, have your views, your perspective been included in what was been said? I added a bit on mine, my perspective. Are we comfortable with what was said by the mover and then seconder? Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Your Worship. I think Councillor O'Donnell's done a masterful job summarizing this. I would just like to ask that two things be included. One is in the safety bullet that increased cost of law enforcement be mentioned as a concern.
Fair enough. We can do that.
And the second was, I felt that there was a lack of information on the ownership of the property, on the operation of the business, and on the corporate structure.
Okay. You add that. That's clear to the clerk. Are we all clear? That being said, I'm going to call the question on it. All those in favor? This is a denial. Those opposed? The motion is passed. The application is denied. I would like to ask that we have a 10-minute break and then get back to the rest of the agenda. If I have a motion for that,
Your
please.
Worship, I'll move a 10-minute recess.
All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you. I'd like to call the meeting back to order. We do have more of an agenda to go through. I know. We have a few items to go through.
I'll join you, Your Worship, even though most of us aren't.
Yeah, I understand. So once we have them clear the gallery a bit more, we'll start. Just in a moment. You're leaving. Okay, so I will call the meeting back to order, and we now have an administrative report, CM 15-3, a fire service inquiry for Councillor Fraser. Oh, a motion to introduce that. Councillor Fraser, seconder.
Second, Your Worship.
Thank you very much. The disposition of this report is taken as a receive and file. Is there any questions that we have of the chief or anyone else? Councillor Fraser? Removed from me. Councillor Fraser?
Okay, thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Everybody left? Man, that's shocking. Not quite, I'm sorry, not everyone. Thanks for your dedication here.
So Keener's still here.
Yeah. Okay, first off, I'll just like to say thanks to Fire Services for this. Really informative. And thanks for the quick turnaround, too. It's not, I realize you're taxed. You have no shortage of things to do, so I really appreciate you folks taking the time to look into this. A few questions I have here. We have Table 1 deals with compliance. It's an impressive number to say that most people do comply. I think it was under 10% of issues that you deal with that there isn't compliance. What happens when somebody doesn't comply? Like if you issue a warning to someone about a fire code issue and they don't comply, what's the recourse?
Mr. Paulson?
Through your worship, we would enter into a compliance process with the building owner that would see the issuance of a formal instruction that could include an order. If the order is not complied with, we would proceed to a court action to cause it to happen. In the case of where we would determine that the infraction could constitute an immediate threat to life and safety, we can actually go in and under our bylaw and under our legislation and impose a solution to resolve the situation.
Okay, thanks for that. A couple more quick questions. One of the highlights of this report is the success we've had in fires started by youth. So 2003 to 2013, we went from 42 residential fires started by youth to 2. Could you just elaborate on what role Fire and Protective Services has had in that? Thanks.
Mr. Paulson?
Through your worship, it's a testimony to a couple of things. Number one is the very careful collection and sorting of data to lead us to root cause. The second thing is the development of very proactive community engagement strategies that deals with schools, children, their caregivers, the kind of a holistic community approach. It's also involved other agencies like Regina Police Service and various social service agencies to put together a very strategic approach to changing behaviors in our youth.
Okay, great. Well, that's a very impressive show. Thanks for that. It seems like cooking fires is sort of the new issue. A lot of the fires we have these days are started by careless cooking, as it's called. Can you just elaborate a bit on what the city's doing to deal with that? Thanks.
Mr. Paulson?
Through your worship, we're doing a number of things. The first and probably most important is getting to understand the root cause of these cooking fires. It's important to note that these cross over all demographics in our community, and there's a variety of root causes that contribute. It's not just forgetting that the pot's on the stove. So we're working with the University of Regina and the Chief Coroner for the province of Saskatchewan to do a very detailed assessment of not only the causes of cooking fires, but the underlying factors that influence the outcomes. So that's high on our list. And out of that, we're developing public education programs that will target the various at-risk groups that we identified.
Okay, thanks. And one comment, actually. The report mentions that I believe it's 2005 that the council at the time passed the Regina Fire Bylaw that required rental units to have wired smoke detectors. It's hard to extrapolate firm data from a small number set, and that's the case in Regina. But to me, it seems pretty evident from the number of deaths by fire in houses that were unwired. The drop in that death rates before and after 2005, I think is real. So kudos to the council at that time and the members that are still here, because I think that was probably a brave and controversial step at the time. And I think, again, it's somehow anecdotal in a small sample size like that, but it seems very likely that that decision of council has actually saved lives. So kudos for that. You should be proud of that. My final question. Is there anything else the city could be doing in light of recent tragedies in the city that we might offer better protections?
Mr. Paulson?
Through your worship, Councillor Fraser, I think probably the most important thing to understand is that our building stock in our community is safe and continues to get safer with the diligence of our inspection programs. What's really important to understand is that the vast majority of fires that occur in our community are behavioral in cause, which means that people did something, forgot to do something, chose to do something that has caused that fire, everything from cooking to arson. So our community education and awareness programs require your continued support and encouragement. We'll be back to you with new ways to look at our budgets in terms of addressing that best possible fire extinguishing method, which is preventing them in the first place.
Okay. Final comment from me is that I think that's really great. And I think that there's a lot of organizations out there that are likely interested in partnering. I know we do a lot of outreach work. There's a lot of partnering. Just from posting my comments about this meeting on Facebook, I had a couple comments come back about people that were really interested by that. So I would encourage us, if there's any chance to partner with other nonprofits or people that are already doing engagement with New Canadians or cooking programs or anything like this, that we might try to outreach to align some of our programming with that general sort of other work that's already been done. So thanks a lot.
Thank you, Councillor Fraser. Any other comments on the inquiry? The motion is it should be received and filed, plus remove it from the outstanding list from council. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have some executive committee reports. Councillor Frondura.
Thank you, Worship. I rise to introduce CR 15-11, the collective agreement with the Regina Middle Management Union, CMM. Recommendation of the Executive Committee that the agreement reached with the Regina Civic Middle Management Union, CMM, be approved. Just to give you a little more on that. I believe the general wage increase reached 0% for the last half of 2014, 3% for 15, 2% for 16, 2% for 17, and the 1,000 signing bonus for employees. Worship, the committee seeking concurrence.
A seconder for that, please. Councillor Hawkins. To the administration, any comment on the report? Any additional comments? Mr. Davies?
Mr. Mayor, through you, I would only comment that this represents the last bargaining unit negotiation that the city has dealt with, bringing all collective bargaining units up to 2015. In this instance, the bargaining unit has signed or has agreed to an agreement that will take us past 2015 and will, in fact, set the stage for negotiations with our other bargaining units.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Davies. Other comments on this? I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Frontier on the 2015
By right,
scope.
CR 15-12, out of scope 2015 general wage increase. Recommendation of the Executive Committee that the out of scope employee receive 3% general wage increase effective January 1st, 2015. And the Executive Committee is looking for concurrence.
Seconder for that, please. Councilor Murray. Any questions or comments? City Manager, any comments on this one?
Mr. Mayor, it's our past practice and standing practice that once bargaining units have completed their negotiations with the city, that we make recommendations for out-of-scope employees that keep them at a par with the bargaining unit agreements that have been reached.
Thank you for that. I'll call the question on the report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Councilor Frontier, the Build Canada Fund.
Which are rights to bring a new Build Canada Fund. The recommendation from the Executive Committee, January 14, that the following project be approved for consideration by the federal and provincial governments under the first intake of the new Building Canada Fund in the following priority order. A, transit maintenance facility project on 30 million. B, Winnipeg Street overpass at 28. Regina Revitalization Initiative rail yard renewal at 67. Septic receiving station of 10 million. Ring Road, Victoria Avenue at 10. Buffalo Pound water upgrade for 36. And Albert Street and Saskatchewan Drive at 7.5. And the Executive Committee looking for concurrence.
Thank you for that. A seconder, please. Councilor O'Donnell. Comments or questions on the report? Councilor Bryce?
I just think it's a good to point out that we're talking about $188.5 million here tonight. So, with all these projects together.
Good point. Councilor O'Donnell?
Thanks. Can I ask the administration if this has a little bit of a date to it now? Has there been anything that's happened in between now and the writing?
Mr. Davies?
Mr. Mayor, through you, we have no further updates in terms of the process or documentation. Ministry staff are waiting for this approval for us to have a placeholder in the process, and conversations will continue with them over the next 2 months.
And so, do I take the 2 months to assume it'll take a couple months before you have approval?
Mr. Davies?
Mr. Mayor, through you, we're told that we should be expecting approvals immediately after the first quarter of this year to allow for process to take place that we would actually incur expenditures in the year 2015. That's the basis under which we're operating at this point.
So I just want to pick up on that. So there was no construction in 2014 through any Building Canada funds, but you seem somewhat comfortable that this is a possibility in 2015.
Mr. Davies?
Mr. Mayor, through you, it is certainly with the list of projects that you have in front of you, it is possible that work of some kind can begin on these projects. May not be shovel in the ground, but certainly preparatory work, design work, and so on. And it's been our understanding through officials from the province that that is their intent as well, to see expenditures start in 2015.
Don't sit down. So
He has to sit down because he's not speaking.
Oh,
so
right, okay.
that's
Sit
the
down.
rules.
So we obviously know that there's going to be an election, at least one. Am I correct that the Building Canada Fund funds are separate from any election, and because there's an election, they wouldn't be withdrawn or held back?
Well, can I answer that question first? You know, the very clear objective here, and is that the federal government will have money flowing before the election. They will not withdraw it. They want to be seen to be doing something at some point during the mandate. May as well be the last year of the mandate.
I'm just asking the question.
I have a question. Any other questions on this report? To the city manager, I know we spoke about this offline a while ago when this came from Executive Committee. One of the asks that we have, of course, is for a new police station. And to be clear and make it official, that project does not qualify under the new Build Canada Fund. I just want to have a comment by the city manager, the administration, your perspective on that. Mr. Davies?
Mr. Mayor, it doesn't reflect obviously on the importance of that kind of project, but the project that you've described would not pass the threshold or the criteria that have been set out in the Building Canada Fund. If there's to be other levels of government funding, it would need to be from some other envelope.
Right. That's just to get that on record. Thank you very much. We'll call the question on this report. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. We have information reports.
I'll move the recommended disposition
Thank
of
you for
both
that.
reports.
Seconder, please.
Second, Your Worship.
Councilor Fendura had his hand up there. Any comments or questions on these two reports? All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Okay. Councilor Young seconds that. All those in favor? Opposed? Carried. Thank you very much, everyone, and have a great evening.